The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Mr. Singleton.
Good morning, Commissioners. This morning's witness is Penelope or Penny Looker, who was a soldier in the Australian Army Reserves from 1996 to 2001, and then, in response to the 9/11 attacks on New York City and Washington DC, joined the Regular Army of Australia, in which she served from 2001 onwards. Ms. Looker's career has included a number of roles and a number of experiences, and these are detailed in a statement that she's made for the Royal Commission. I shall briefly introduce some elements of her career that are particularly significant for today's purposes. At the end of an overseas deployment that occurred in late 2003 and into 2004, Ms. Looker, who was by now a corporal, engaged in her return to home psychological screening. This, with other factors, contributed to a desire to serve in the Psychology Corps, and in late 2004 she applied to become a psychological examiner with the Psychology Corps. This appointment entailed removal from her courses to be promoted to sergeant, but she proceeded nonetheless, and she was ultimately accepted into the role of examiner in 2005. By this time, however, the role of examiner was no longer a corporal's role, but a private's role, at least at the beginning of an examiner career. Ms. Looker therefore accepted a demotion in order to take up the role in which she wished to make her contribution. In a moment, I shall, by my questions, ask Ms. Looker to take up the story from that point onwards, and I'll ask her to comment on the little summary I've given. But first I ask that she be sworn or affirmed.
Do you, Penelope Looker, swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do.
Thank you.
Ms. Looker, Ms. Looker, could you tell the Royal Commission your full name?
My full name is Penelope Looker.
I'll just ask the operator to bring up the tender list for today. We are in the process still of redacting the statement, which you'll see was dated the 11th of March. At this stage, I tender the statement on a confidential basis. In due course, there will be further redacted versions finalised, and we'll put them into evidence in chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Singleton. So they're accepted on that basis, and they'll be allocated the next lot of numbers. Thank you.
Ms. Looker, in a moment I'll ask you whether the statement's correct to the best of your ability. I just want to clarify a couple of issues. At paragraph 3, the statement says that it was prepared with the assistance of the officers of the solicitors assisting the Royal Commission. Is it the case that they were assisting you in the earlier stages of preparing the statement?
That's correct. I then had Operation Legal also assisting me in the latter part.
Secondly, at paragraph 74, actually I'll put it in context. At paragraph 75, you report that your date of discharge from the Army was March 2015. Was it the 31st of March?
That's correct.
And at paragraph 73, you say on the 1st of April 2014 you were medically terminated. Is it the case that it was April 1st, 2015 that you began your civilian life?
That is correct, yes.
And finally, are there any other corrections you wish to make to the statement, and or do you want to correct or clarify anything I said in summarising the first part of your military career?
No, I think that's good.
All right. Well, I took it up, omitting most of the detail, but I took it up to the point where you became a psychological examiner. I'll ask the operator to bring up your redacted version of your statement and then go to page 7 and expand for display paragraphs 28 and 29. Do we see that as a psychological examiner at the rank of private, you've listed 4 particular duties, and then there are many other tasks as well? Could I just ask you to give us a little bit of a description in a practical sense of what conducting psychological testing entailed?
Conducting psychological testing would start with first going over the person's record to see what previous testing they'd done, checking if anything was within date so they didn't have to redo the testing. We would then do a battery of tests depending on what they were applying for. There's different batteries for each employment. From there, we would conduct the testing. We would have another examiner check marks. Everything had to be at 100% accuracy because this is people's careers. Following that, we would then create a testing record provided to the psychologist ready for their interview for transfer.
Can you just tell us what a battery of tests or battery of testing means?
A battery of tests basically relates to, depending on what somebody was applying for, there would be an aptitude test, there could possibly be a mathematics test or a language test. It's testing allocated to that particular role to determine the suitability for the person to be able to take on that role and assume the learning associated with it.
All right. In November 2006, you were promoted back to corporal and became an examiner at that rank. I'll just ask the operator to expand page 8 from the top down to paragraph 33. Thank you. Here's a list of tasks or duties of a medical examiner at the rank of corporal, the first being all of the ones that a private does, and there's a number of others. Could I just ask you to look at G, conduct of psychological screening, and there are some different types. Could you just tell us a little bit about what these psychological tests are for and what it entailed for you?
Yes, I'll just correct, you said a medical examiner, it was a psychological examiner, just to correct and make sure. And RTAPS, which is a Return to Australia psychology screen, that is a screen that is conducted usually at that time it was in country to all members before they returned home to Australia at the completion of their deployment period. That would entail a brief from the commanding officer of the unit or the group that was coming back to the head psychologist so that we were aware of any themes or patterns to look out for. It would then include a psychoeducation brief to the group of people, followed by them completing a group of psychological tests to just determine their well-being at that time and whether they'd been exposed to any incidents. It would then be marked and scored. Any high scores would be allocated directly to a psychologist for a screening interview. Any scores that were below a certain threshold would then go to an examiner for that screening interview. The POPS is similar. That's your post-operational psych screen. That one is usually done within 3 to 6 months of a deployment. Again, you get a series of tests, but in that one we also include an alcohol questionnaire because by that stage people are back home and have access to alcohol again. The tests are again scored, and high scoring tests go directly to a psychologist. Those that don't have any significance in the scoring can be done by an examiner, and the interview process happens there. With both of those screens at any time, the examiner can stop and move on to a psychologist, refer on to a psychologist for a future screen or additional screens, or recommend earlier follow-up. A CMS, it's a critical incident, and there's a bit missing there, a critical incident mental health screening. So that's when an incident happens, a vehicle accident, a death occurs or anything like that, we would do a critical incident mental health screening session. very similar to that of the RTAPs and POPs, same process. The final one there is a suicide risk assessment, and that is done when we're deemed to be at risk of suicide.
And was the work of the examiner to sit and interview the soldier, or just give them a questionnaire to fill out, or was it done in some other way?
The examiner role was quite vast. It could range from giving the psychoeducation brief at the beginning with your RTAPs and the critical incident, and that's helping people to identify what is and is not normal and how long symptoms can be there before it is not deemed to be normal. The marking of the assessments that are given out and scoring of those is usually done by the examiner, and interviews of any scores that are there that aren't of a high significance are usually done by an examiner.
What does it mean to conduct psychoeducation?
Conducting psychoeducation is basically giving a brief to people to let them know the expectations of what could happen to them, what they could experience, and when it is abnormal. So that it's normalising, for instance, when you're returning home, that it can take some time to feel normal again at home and to fit back into the family unit, to just normalise those things that they may go through in the beginning and help them to work out communication and sleep habits and things like that to help them settle back into home back in Australia. Same with the critical incident screening. The psychoeducation is basically letting them know the things that are normal to go through after an incident occurs, and when those things are prolonged or you're not able to get through them, that's when we need to make sure that the support is provided.
I thank the operator for showing that on the screen, but we'll move on. You deployed to East Timor twice, and you've given some detail in your statement, but I just want to go to the second occasion, which was in 2007 for some months, where you were an embedded element. Could you just describe what it means to be an embedded element and the kind of work you were doing as a psychological examiner on that occasion?
Sure. An embedded psych team are the psychologist and examiner team that are actually deployed for the period of the deployment. So in psych cases, it's usually for a period of 4 months, sometimes longer. And we basically have the ability to do anything in theatre that we could do back at home. So we still conducted psychological testing for those who were wishing to transfer or were partway through a process. We would do regular screening of people who were leaving the theatre out of a large group. In Timor, we conducted I can't think of the name of it now, but we conducted a series of screening tools for a research project that was happening. I think it was Human Dimensions on Operations was the one that happened whilst I was in Timor, where we went out to all elements all over Timor to see how they were coping with operational tempo periods and the things that were happening at that time.
Can you do your best to give us some insights into the benefits, if any, of the model under which you were working, the advantage of having a psych examiner embedded, for example?
Yes. PsychCorps is made up of psychologists and psych examiners. Psychologists are specialist service officers, quite often coming directly off the street. They can already be registered, or they can be intern psychologists. So they don't always have the military knowledge and background, whereas examiners have that military knowledge and background. They've gone through the ranks. Quite often they do transfer over to become psychologists as well, and those psychologists are the ones that have that rapport there. But examiners, we've been through the same as everyone else. We've done the same training. We go on the deployments. We go out field the same, do everything that everyone else that is deploying and coming to us for testing. We have to go through it all as well. So there is a camaraderie and a rapport that is built up there. But on deployments particularly, we're sitting amongst the other ORs. We're sitting there chatting, even in the messes back home, like we are associating with them, socialising with everyone just like they do. So there's that ability to build rapport before they even walk through the door for a screen or testing or anything else. So there's a level of trust, a level of camaraderie that we're able to build. There's also the fact that when we get into that screening phase, because we don't have the big rank there, there's no fear that, or less fear that what they say to us is going to end their career or cause them to, you know, be medically downgraded or anything. There's a little bit of additional trust there.
And OR stands for other rank,
Sorry, yes, other ranks.
and that's privates through to
Warrant officer,
non-commissioned officer. I want to move on to a posting. I won't say where it was, and we won't be using any individuals' names, but in January 2011 you were given a new posting back in Australia where, as you've described in your statement, there was a very or extremely high workload and a toxic work environment. You've given details, for example, you wanted to pursue university studies at a higher level and your application for the necessary arrangements just sat on a desk and time ran out, as an example. Noting that you've given the detail of what that toxic work environment was like, my question is this: what was the effect on your mental health of working in that environment?
I was in that role for 3 years, working as the sergeant examiner and the practice manager, taking on both roles. I'd already had incidents occur to me, but then on top of that, hearing other people's stories of what had happened to them has a flow-on effect of the impact. Add to that, being in a workplace where there was a lot of work, which is fine, but the pressure was immense. The support was not there in any way, shape or form. And it destroyed me. It absolutely destroyed me.
Just take your time, and if you need a break, just let us know.
My work
There's no
was
rush,
my
Ms. Luca.
passion.
Take your time if you wish. There's no rush.
My work was my passion. And I was able to compartmentalise and put everything that I was dealing with aside for so long. And I took on more and more so that I didn't have to face what I was going through. But it got to the point where I tried so hard to get out of that unit and further my career and follow that passion to continue helping and making a difference. And when everything just kept getting blocked, or I just kept getting treated, and it wasn't just me, but getting treated so badly, I couldn't cope anymore, and I sought support.
Just for completeness, before you sought support, you also took measures to help yourself.
I did. I took long service leave and saw my sister to try and get a break and a refresh. I did things external to defence to try and help myself in those ways.
And support outside defence included seeing a civilian, getting civilian support, is that right?
Correct.
And there was a particular reason why, because of the role and the core in which you worked, it was necessary to do that. Just do you want to comment on?
Because I was in Psych Core, we can't see in-service psychologists because they are our cohort. So we would see the defence contracted psychologists, but that would mean our psych records are still brought into a psych unit and able to be seen by anyone. So initially asking for support and needing to talk about the things that I needed to would be available to anyone who was within that unit to see, and I didn't trust that that would be managed appropriately. And if I went directly to the RAP and saw the doctor, then it would be on my medical file as well. And then it would be an external referral, and it would have been a career ender.
I'll take you forward to 2014. After the Christmas break, you returned to work. There was a new an acting officer commanding your area. And in this context, you began seeking support from a military health centre, geographically local to where you were working, and you requested to be referred on record to a psychologist. To the extent that you wish, can you tell us why you now decided to, in effect, go on record as being referred, and if you want to add any contributing factors to getting to this point?
I'd been seeking civilian support, and through the civilian support, there was no way that I could interact or get the support through Defence if I needed time off, if I needed to get a further referral to a psychiatrist for the medication that was being discussed. I wouldn't have been able to do that. And I was getting worse, not better. And I was getting worse because my efforts to try and move on from the unit and get out, my posting was due. My posting was due. I'd already been there for 3 years, and I'd been doing 2 roles for those 3 years on top of everything else, and I was due for a posting, and someone else was posted into that warrant officer position and not me. And I tried to speak to my chain of command to find out why I wasn't being posted out or why someone else was being posted into the role that I'd been fulfilling and reporting highly on for 3 years. That didn't go well, and I was then I was reprimanded and not allowed to speak to Schema about my own career. And I felt lost and hopeless, and the only way I could see getting through this was actually getting support where it was affected through Defence.
I think you referred to Schema SCMA, that's the Soldier Career Management Agency, as it's called then. Don't apologise. Having sought a referral to a psychologist on record, you were given a recommendation to take a period of strict leave for stress. Did that bring the peace of not being contacted by work?
I was initially given 2 weeks leave to try and get a break. During that 2 weeks, I had a barrage of phone calls and text messages basically telling me that I was lying, they needed me at work, that I should be back at work, and if not able to come into work, they needed a better reason. All the things that people are scared of happening when they do this, when they are struggling and they reach out for help, happened.
And were you receiving such phone calls and messages on this day 10 years ago?
On this very day 10 years ago, I attended a resettlement seminar, not because I wanted to discharge, but because I needed to plan in case, because I was not in a good way. The psychologist that was meant to be giving the brief that day for the psychoeducation was ill and not able to attend, and I got a phone call from her letting me know, and she asked, because I was there, would I mind?
So could I just check, you were going to be in the audience?
I was going to be in the audience, yes.
And
I was attending as...
And you ended up delivering the talk?
I gave the brief. I knew it off by heart. I'd done it so many times before, and I'm always happy to help another person, especially my workmates. So I did it. And that was followed with a barrage of messages and phone calls basically calling me a faker and telling me if I was able to do that, then there was no reason I should be taking leave, that disciplinary action may well follow. I'd been, that day and for the week before, I'd been struggling with headaches as well, and I got home from that resettlement seminar and I was telling my husband Aaron what had gone on that day and about the phone calls and messages. And I was trying to tell him about my head.
This was a phone call with
Aaron.
And what was happening with your head?
My head was hurting so bad. And he couldn't understand what I was saying. And I kept trying to communicate, but the words weren't happening. I felt like I was talking, but nothing would come out right. Aaron called an ambulance, but there wasn't availability. So he got home as fast as he could from work. Got our little children. I was home by myself with the two youngest ones. And he got me to the hospital, and I was having a stroke. I was only 34 and I was at home with my babies.
You were in hospital for 2 to 3 weeks on this occasion, and you explained in your statement that you had received no visits from anyone in your unit other than one person. Did that person tell you something that gave you an insight into why you weren't getting visitors?
That person came after hours because my workmates, the people that I'd been with through everything, were told they were not to communicate with me. So these are the people that I've supported through their deployments, through their partners' deployments, through all sorts of things happening with them, and they were not able to speak to me. They were told not to communicate with me.
I want to move into the period of recovery, not after, but during the recovery phase. Were you still getting messages from your workplace as you had been before or in the lead up to the stroke?
Yes. The whole way through, I was getting messages, phone calls.
And what was the basic thrust of the message that was being communicated to you?
The same thing, that I was faking and they needed me at work.
Why did they give an explanation as to why they needed you at work?
They were short-staffed.
Right. Your statement indicates that you attended 3 or 4 welfare boards. We'll come to the last one last because it was a bit different. But with the first one, let's start at the beginning, actually before the beginning. You, leaving aside your own welfare boards where you were the person who should be getting welfare support, did you have experience of seeing welfare boards in operation in your career?
Yes, I did.
What was your role in welfare boards before your stroke, and what did it tell you about what a good welfare board should be doing?
In previous postings, mostly as a clerk, I'd be in the welfare board to take notes and then provide the notes following for signatures and for action items. The way that I had seen those welfare boards conducted, they were done in a way where the person who was the subject of the board had a support person. The unit that was running it had somebody from their work area there, a family member, and then in this case it was always the OC or CO of the unit that was there. The aim of that welfare board was always to ensure that the member had all the support they needed to regain their health or to be supported through a discharge.
And have you seen them done well?
I've seen them done extremely well.
What was your experience when you were the person presenting before a welfare board?
It was deplorable. It was an accusatory session. Even just walking into the room the first time, I still was not able to speak correctly from the stroke. So my husband, I had to ask to be able to bring my husband. He had to speak for me. But I walked into that room and there were 2 chairs at one end and everyone else set up down the other end.
How did that geographical layout of the room present itself to you?
It was accusatory. It was very demeaning.
There were a number of people in the room apart from you and your husband and the presiding officer. Were some of them relevant to your welfare?
Some of them had absolutely no place in being there and were my cohort and should not have been in a room hearing about my private details.
Did you have any opportunity to comment on whether they should be there?
No, I did not.
There were around about 2 more welfare boards before we get to the last one, which was different, but were they essentially of the same kind, or are there any significant differences that you think should be mentioned?
They were all the same until the final one, and they were all focusing on one aspect, which was, why can't I work? And if I can't go into work, why can't I take work home?
The final one was just with a single, very senior officer. We won't name the officers yet, if at all, but there was you, the senior officer. Was anybody else there for that final one?
No.
Not your husband?
No, he was not present.
And what was the way that proceeded? Who spoke and when and under what circumstances, and what was said to you?
That final welfare board was just prior to my discharge. When I walked in the room, I was told that I could speak when given permission and that I was to listen. When I tried to speak, I was told that I was there to listen, not to speak. I was advised that they were aware of a complaint that I had made to the Chief of Army with regards to how I'd been treated, among other things that had occurred over those few years, and that the Army had been good to me and I should be thankful.
And were you given permission to speak?
No, I was not.
As we've mentioned, on the 31st of March 2015, your service was terminated. Could you just give the commissioners, to the extent you want to do so, a summary of your condition on that day or around about that day?
I was discharged just over a year after my stroke. I was discharged with no DVA claims completed, with no house to go to because our house was not yet finished, our plan for where we would go, because we had a year to work all this out and that was it. I had no support because my rock here had to stay in Sydney to work, and because we didn't have a home. Because we didn't have a home to go to yet, I took our 2 youngest and stayed in Ballarat with my in-laws, Aaron's parents, and our daughter stayed in Newcastle. I had no continuity of care. Nobody where we stayed would take up my case because there was no history of my medical conditions provided. And I wasn't going to be staying there long term. So I, in effect, was discharged with no claims completed, no continuity of health care or mental health care, my support removed from me, despite my request to extend it for just 3 months after 19 years serving. I was not in a good way. But this here was my family.
And you,
This is a couple of years later. They were tiny. They were little babies. They saw me have a stroke. They then got taken apart from everything as well. So this didn't just happen to me. They tore apart my family and traumatised my babies. My babies. They didn't ask for this.
you just held up a photograph of yourself, your husband and 3 children.
Yes.
I might commissioners have that virtually marked for identification, and we'll discuss with the witness at a later stage what might be done with it, if that's all right with you, commissioners.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Singleton.
You mentioned that you requested a 3-month extension or deferment of your date of discharge.
Correct.
Was that application successful or not?
Wouldn't even leave the unit. They wouldn't accept it. May I add
Yes.
that I feel if I had been supported and given the right care, I'd still be serving today. And I'd proudly be serving today because I would still be wearing my uniform and supporting our veterans from inside, which is what I wanted to do.
Just to be clear, you're physically and mentally fit to serve if you were serving.
I was, well, probably not now, and probably not from the way I was treated. But if I had have been given correct treatment and correct support, I could have got through it.
You've given some thought to the 2009 Dunt Review, and you have observed that policy without accountability is not sufficient. What are the main points, if any, that you would wish to highlight arising from your thinking about that?
The Dunt Review highlighted the fact that there was not enough resources to effectively provide the support needed within our defence. The recommendations that were put forward included reducing the RTAPs to not screen everybody and to give the brief back home in Australia with families. But that was a short-term fix until resources could be fulfilled. From my understanding, that hasn't happened as such. But in removing the RTAPs from everybody, we lose that ability to get that anecdotal evidence and talks with everybody and provide support in sleep hygiene and anger management and grounding that we give in those interviews to people who didn't flag anything, but when we talk to them, we find out more. So that takes away that ability if RTAPs is removed. The Dunt Review also suggested that to maintain the momentum of screening, that non-psychologists should be taking on more of the screening. But they just got rid of examiners and ceased the psych core. So now medics are doing a short course in mental health to take on some of the aspects of a psychological examiner. I'm not serving now, and I haven't been serving since this occurred, but the medics that I've spoken to that are in those positions haven't done the training, don't want to do the mental health stuff because that is not why they joined. The training that is being given is minimal in comparison to what psych examiners were given. Further to that, the Dunt Review commented not once but twice about medics and the importance of psych in confidence. And I think that just highlights one of the issues that our defence forces will have when this is the case, because your medical files are just in the RAP, the Regimental Aid Post. They're accessible by all medics at any time. Your psych file is held in Canberra and only accessible by the psych unit that needs it for your assessment, screening, for you seeing the psychologist. It is only available for that, and it must be returned after. Access to it was much more stringent. There's also the aspect that when it's psych in confidence, which is slightly different to medical in confidence, because there is, when you're talking to a psych, if you're going and seeing somebody to get support, it is all in confidence other than a report that may be written to commanding officer, but it doesn't include every detail. And the only time that psych in confidence is no longer in confidence is when somebody talks about a risk of harm to themselves or others, security, you know, those basic things that we all have to be careful of in defence to make sure that everyone is being looked after. But then we go to just using a medical file, we've lost that.
You mentioned a little earlier that you did not have your DVA claim determined before you were discharged. At least at round one, did the DVA ultimately make a decision and reject your claim? Later on, there'll be another decision, but at the first time around, did they reject your claim?
Yes.
And
December 15 or 16, 2015, my claim was rejected.
And what was the essential reason, as you understand it, for that?
The report given by their medico-legal report had one sentence in it that suggested an alternative diagnosis, and if that alternative diagnosis was given, it would be 100% attributed. My illness was 100% attributed to that alternative diagnosis, should that be given.
In December 2015, what point did you reach?
I got that from DVA, and it was a couple of weeks from Christmas, and I'd been struggling. Obviously, it was not long after my discharge. I'd lost my purpose, I'd lost myself, I was no longer contributing to our family anymore, and having that rejected, but it basically made me wonder why I bothered, why I was even around anymore. And that's when I attempted suicide.
In 2016, you were able to find an advocate. Did that flow through eventually to a diagnosis that the DVA was prepared to accept?
That's correct, yes. I was able to get an advocate who understood the system, which was, I'd had an advocate in my initial claims, but not all advocates are the same. And if your advocate doesn't understand the system and know how to weave through that tangled web, you're screwed. Sorry. But he understood it, and he redid the claims, and eventually they were all accepted.
I want to, in the time available, go to a couple of important issues that you do want to discuss, but is there anything more that you would wish to tell us about your personal state, your mental health and so on in 2016 through 2020, or are you content to leave it? Do you prefer to leave it as described in your statement?
I think that's okay.
All right. Well, you continued to contribute. In one way, it was by joining an ESO. We won't be naming it today, but we'll examine that issue, the naming issue later. But you joined an ESO in which you did a lot of work and were subjected to an enormous amount of sexual harassment as described in your statement, leading to a complaint. And I want you to tell us what you think is important about the way that complaint was dealt with by the ESO.
I made the formal complaint highlighting all of the issues over the years that I'd been volunteering at the ESO. They investigated my complaint, And then on the day that we had a meeting to find out the determination of their investigation, I was told that it was confidential and I was not able to know any of the findings. I was then told that they would like to make an offer to me of an amount of money and asked if I would sign a deed of release, which would be, if I signed it, would be how I would get that money. The deed of release would mean that I was not able to talk about what I'd been through or the process that had occurred. It also stated that I asked for money, which I did not. I did not sign it. I refused to sign it because in signing that, it would mean that I couldn't talk about what had happened, and it's important to talk about what happened, but it's also important to know that I made a complaint, a serious complaint, which there was evidence for that was provided, and instead of looking after the veteran who the ESO should be looking after, the veteran, the vulnerable person, the person who was the victim of what had happened, they protected the perpetrator who is still there now. So I didn't sign it, I didn't take the money, but if that's what they did to me, what have they done to others? And how many are there?
What does your experience just described say to you about accountability in the ESO sector?
There is no accountability. I made a formal complaint and nothing has changed. The behaviour is continuing. There's no change to anything despite a formal complaint and evidence being provided. There's no accountability, there's no governance, there's no transparency for what has happened because nobody knows unless people talk about it.
Finally, in your statement, you've made a number of recommendations and you've also given us some insights about important issues like medical downgrades. You've drawn our attention to the value of equine therapy and other issues, and then you lead into some recommendations. We have them in paper, but is there one that you would particularly want to highlight? And I'm not suggesting any is more important than another, but if I just want to give you the opportunity to highlight any of them if you wish. They're at pages 38, 39 and through to 41. And they speak well for themselves, but if you want the opportunity, you're welcome to focus on one or two.
I think throughout the main thing that is relevant within all of my recommendations is policy without accountability isn't worth anything. And no matter what the policy is or what is done, through all of this, people have to be held to account. My recommendations all revolve around ensuring that it's person-centred, that a discharge process happens looking after the person who is being discharged, making sure that their needs are met. If we look at Maslow's hierarchy of needs, we need to ensure when we're sending a veteran out into the world that they have those basic needs met. We can't be breaking our people and then putting them out into the community with nothing, because how do you survive when you have nothing and you're broken? How do you ask for help when you don't have the voice anymore? I also think it's extremely important within the ESO area that there is an external body that is overarching over them, because there's no accountability there at all. There's no transparency. There's money being handed out left, right and centre to some of these massive ESOs, yet there's no benefit being seen to our veteran community. And our veterans are struggling. We have veterans contacting ESOs and getting nothing. There are people working within the ESOs who are doing more damage. How can you put people in a role where they are damaging people, you know about it, and you leave them there? How many more veterans are we going to damage more once they're out? There needs to be some kind of that overarching independent area where not only we can report things to, but that actually looks into who is running these ESOs and working in them. And if there is somebody who is consistently doing the wrong thing, treating people badly, that they are removed. There's no place for anybody to harm vulnerable people. We wouldn't let someone do it to our children or the elderly. Why would we do it to our veterans? These are people who have signed on a dotted line, put on a uniform and, you know, said they would give their life for their country, and then we're literally taking their life by treating them this way. It's not okay.
Thank you. Is there any other final point that you would want to make to the commissioners this morning?
I'm aware of the role that Natasha Fox has been put into, and I can't think of a more highly capable and amazing person to fulfill that role. My biggest concern is that the work that her and her team are going to do will not be supported. Without accountability going all the way down, nothing will change. We need accountability. We need transparency, and we need to make positive, effective change so that we do not keep losing veterans. To have issues that start in defence through DVA and then into the ESO, it's just apparent to have so many people hurting so much and have nowhere to turn, or the places that we turn to do more damage. It's disgusting. And I really hope that the team that have been formed under Natasha Fox get that support and real effective change is made starting in defence, but it needs to move throughout all areas.
Thank you. Thank you for your contribution today. I'll just see if the commissioners want to ask any questions. Commissioners, those are my questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you so much for your testimony today. I just wanted to ask a couple of questions, if I could. You talked about being reprimanded when you made contact with Schema. So Schema really, in your case, didn't provide career management support or advice?
No, that phone call, I was told I was not allowed to speak to them directly. I was told that other people's career are none of my concern, and when I tried to say I don't want to talk about other people's career, I need to know what is happening for me, where do I stand, what do I do? I couldn't go for my long-term schooling because that had been just not signed and left, but I'd finished my psych degree and that was my next step, and it was always going to be. So then I applied for ASWOCS and I got through, but there was no postings available, so I applied for another program that was happening that would get me out of that unit. I just needed a break from there. And when speaking to Schema, trying to get them to understand what I had been through, that it was like I was speaking to a brick wall, and that I had no right to know anything about where my career was going or what was going to happen.
And had you had any interactions with them prior to that particular occasion that had been more in a positive light at all, or?
All my previous interactions with Schema were for my career interview sessions where we'd plan what was going to happen, and that had always been positive. But other than that, my interactions were always to deal with situations for my examiners.
Okay, thank you. The reason for asking is that we've heard before about the role of Schema, and I'm just trying to ascertain how much it actually functions to support the individual service member as opposed to the organisation.
I think the process where they're going through the normal, this is what we need to do, you get somewhat listened to, and if the positions are available, then it's not an issue. But when you actually have a problem, when you need something, there's nothing for you there.
Okay. And my other question, I just wanted to ask about the individual welfare board experience. I mean, we're constantly, that is presented to us as the way Chain of Command supports their service members. And by your account, you've seen some excellent examples, but certainly what you experienced was far from that. And again, we've heard other accounts, I guess, that align with your experience as well, that they've not been good. Do you have a sense of whether there's, individual welfare boards, and perhaps this is not a fair question to ask, but, do they work really for the majority?
For the majority, no, because there's policies around this, and I was reading just the other day the welfare policy, DIG PERS, that basically says, and this is Army only because that's where I was, that the Chief of Army is responsible for the welfare and delegates down. But when you delegate down and have no accountability, and units are more concerned about their deployability or, things other than the welfare, then the welfare goes out the window, because all that is the concern of that is, can we get this person off our books so we can have someone who is able in, rather than how do we support this person to reintegrate back into the workforce or to safely transition out to civilian world. There's two very different ways of looking at it. And if you have a chain of command who are about looking out for your welfare, it can be great. Unfortunately, most cases aren't like that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas?
Thanks for your evidence, but I don't have any further questions.
Ms. Looker, I don't have any questions, and we'll just see. We neglected to take appearances from your counsel this morning. If we could just do that now, and I'll see if they have anything they want to raise.
It's Wijaya. I appear instructed by operational legal pursuant to notice given. I just have a short number of questions for Ms. Looker.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Looker, for your evidence today. In terms of, you mentioned that the medics have now been trained to undertake parts of the psychological examiner role. Are you aware of whether those medics are being overseen by psychologists?
I'm unaware of whether they're actually being overseen by psychologists. My understanding, only from those that I've spoken to, is that there's either no psychologist posted into the health facility, or and they're being watched over by the medical officers or the GPs.
Thank you. In terms of, you mentioned that you were trying to get out of the particular unit that you're having difficulty with. Was there any option for you to take leave, whether that's in some other form than, I know you took some long service leave, but whether there was another opportunity to have a period of stand down time away from the Army? Was there any option given to you to do that, or any ability?
I was on stress leave when the stroke occurred, and then I was on sick leave still from the stroke. When the welfare board occurred, I was then put straight into a MEC review, and I was reclassified to a medical class where it is unfit to return to work. So I was basically not returning to work, but still a member of defence until my discharge date, but not returning to work. So it was J15 or something, I think it was, or 51. So I wasn't on leave, but I was also not able to go to work.
But you mentioned that you were trying to get out at the time of the new posting cycle coming around. Was there any option prior to your stroke or anything, all of these events happening, was there any option prior to that about whether you could take a period of extended leave without having to have a reason of stress or medical?
No, the only leave I was able to take was my long service leave and just the normal annual leave over Christmas.
And I just returned to the section about the ESO organisation you're involved in, and you talked about a payment that was offered to you. Did the ESO communicate to you what that payment was supposed to be for?
They did. When they communicated that payment, they said that would be for my volunteer services and travel.
And was that something you heard of being done prior?
I'd never heard of that being done prior, particularly not at the time when someone's put in a formal complaint.
And you mentioned that there was a non-disclosure part of that agreement or that offer. Did you ask them what the effect of that non-disclosure would be on you?
I did. I asked if by signing that, would I be able to discuss what had occurred? And I also highlighted the fact that I would be coming as a witness to the Royal Commission, and it's something that I wanted to speak of at the Royal Commission, to which they responded, no, once I sign it, I'm not to speak of this to any party other than my husband who's been involved.
Thank you, Ms. Luca. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Mr. Singleton, are any matters?
Nothing arising. Might the
I understood she's a lived experience witness.
No, she's
She's not. Okay. Did the Commonwealth have any issues they want to raise?
Very briefly, Commissioner, I don't have any questions for the witness. Thank you, Ms. Looker, for coming to the Commission to give evidence. It's obviously very important for the Commission to hear the evidence. Just to assist the Commission for the purpose of any findings you might make or consider making about future steps, some of the processes and policies and matters raised have been the subject of updates, and the Commission will be aware of those from information produced pursuant to NTPs and NTGs. And I just draw that to your awareness, and it in no way detracts from anything that's said. It's more about future recommendations that may be made. May it please.
Thank you. Thanks for that. Mr. Singleton, any matters arising?
no matters arising. Might the witness be excused?
Yes. Ms. Looker, we just... this nation owes you and other veterans a debt of gratitude that's never been really acquitted. All I can do today is thank you for your evidence. Thank you for your courage in speaking up. It has meant a great deal to the activities of the Royal Commission. We couldn't do what we do without hearing from you. Thank you again. You're excused from your summons to appear today. If there's no other issues, we'll adjourn briefly then.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide will adjourn to 10:15. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now resumed. Please be seated.
Good morning, Ms Longbottom.
Good morning, Commissioner Caldas. The next witness is Air Marshal Robert Chipman. I ask that he be affirmed or offered the oath.
Do you, Robert Chipman, solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you.
Commissioners, before I commence with Air Marshal Chipman, I need to attend to the tender of documents. The process will be in two parts. First of all, can I ask the operator to please display the tender bundle? Commissioners, I tender the documents in the bundle in the manner in which they are described.
Thank you. There's 4 pages?
There are 4 pages, Commissioner Caldas, sorry, 3 pages, but the last page is of documents that have previously been tendered.
Okay, thank you. They'll be accepted on that basis and allocated the next lot of numbers then. Thank you.
Commissioner Caldas, I also need to attend to the tender in hard copy of a document we have recently received from Defence. It will be processed into the system in due course, but for the purposes of the examination this morning, I'll seek to tender it in hard copy. It's a charter letter for Air Marshal Chipman dated December 2023. I can hand up 3 copies of that document if the associate could please assist.
It's always good to see paper. Thank you, Ms Longbottom. So we'll accept that into evidence as well, and I guess it'll be allocated a number.
I think that would be apt, Commissioner Caldas. Can I suggest perhaps that it be allocated the number 21?
It's fine. Thank you.
Air Marshal Chipman, you assumed the role of Chief of the Air Force in July of 2022.
That's correct.
Your career in the Air Force has been long and varied, including a stint as CO for 75th Squadron at RAF Base Tyndall.
That's correct.
Time spent in both Afghanistan and Iraq.
I spent time deployed to the Middle East. I had responsibilities for operations in Iraq and Afghanistan. I wasn't deployed to those locations specifically.
Thank you for that correction. As well as time at Air Force headquarters, including in the position of Director General for Capability and Plans.
That's correct.
You've provided this Commission with a statement in which you speak, Air Marshal, of your most fundamental responsibility as being to lead an organisation that prepares aviators physically and emotionally without harming them in the process. You recall that part of your evidence?
Yes, Counsel.
Either during or on completion of their service. Am I right to understand your expression of that fundamental responsibility to be an acceptance that you have an accountability for the health and well-being of your members?
Yes, Counsel.
You also speak in your statement of a legal and moral obligation to care for the mental health and well-being of your aviators. Where you talk about your legal obligation, are you talking there particularly about your obligations under the workplace health and safety legislation?
I have legal obligations under workplace health and safety. I also have legal obligations as a commander exercising service command in defence.
Do you accept, Air Marshal, that there is more that can and must be done to address suicide and suicidality amongst Air Force members?
Yes, I do, absolutely.
And indeed, I guess, consistent with that acceptance, in your statement you express, and this is my characterisation, some frustration that despite more than a decade of training and education, Defence is yet to meaningfully reduce its workforce's susceptibility to suicide. Is that a source of frustration for you?
It is a source of frustration, yes.
And you talk in your statement of the need to shift from a triaging approach to mental health to a more systematic approach. Can you explain to Commissioners what your observations are of a triaging approach that has existed within Defence and particularly within the Air Force?
I think I would characterise our approach to mental health and wellbeing as being one where we recognise once people are suffering from ill health, then we put in place support mechanisms for them. What I'm talking about when I'm talking about moving to a more proactive approach is making sure we avoid the conditions, the preconditions that might create ill health in the first place.
And so would you accept then, Air Marshal, that systematic approach can't be confined to, as you say, just care when someone is unwell? It can't be confined to just training and education about suicide prevention, but it must be more proactive in addressing psychosocial hazards as they exist within service?
I think those training elements are absolutely essential. But yes, I agree that we also need to address the psychosocial hazards that are manifest in our workplace.
They are, as you say, essential, but they're not enough in and of themselves, are they?
I agree that there is more that we can do and that we must do.
Now, against that background, I want to clarify the role of senior leadership, including persons such as yourself, with respect to addressing the issues that are the subject of this Royal Commission. You draw a distinction in your statement between the concepts of command and leadership. Now, it's evident from your resume that you have lived experience of command. That would be correct?
That's correct.
But leadership is also something that you've studied, for example, at Oxford. What do you see the distinction between command and leadership as being?
I see leadership as the art of being able to positively influence people to achieve a particular outcome. I see command as being a legal authority to achieve a mission with a certain allocated resources.
So you would accept then, would you, that good leadership amongst those who hold senior command positions within Defence is critical for it to deliver its strategic imperatives?
Absolutely.
And that's particularly so with respect to the health and well-being of your members?
I think it applies as equally to health and well-being of our members as it does to achieving our mission, yes.
Now, you would accept, would you not, just focusing particularly on leadership, that there are several factors that contribute to effective leadership in delivering strategic outcomes? I just want to put a couple of those to you to get your perspective and also see if there are any others you'd identify. The first is that a leader must display professional curiosity. Would you agree with that?
Can you explain to me, please, what you mean by professional curiosity?
Of course, you must be an individual that goes looking for and asks questions. You go looking to see where problems lie, you ask questions about issues that exist.
I think that's true. I think it's important for us to make sure that we have surveillance systems in place so that we understand our organisation.
But more than just having those systems in place, you need to be someone who proactively asks questions about what's emerging from the data that exists.
I think that's a useful quality, yes.
You also have to be proactive in addressing known issues as they arise.
Absolutely.
And it's important as well for leaders to own an issue. And by that I mean it's not just enough to identify a problem and enact a solution. You need to follow through and ensure it's actually effective.
Yes, I agree.
Are there any others that you would identify?
I think when we select leaders, we look for three areas of mastery. One is technical mastery, so that they are competent to do their job. One is social mastery, so that they're able to engage with their workforce and positively influence outcomes. And one is professional mastery, so that they're able to work effectively as an element within an integrated force. But I would say that by far the most important attribute from my perspective when it comes to leadership is empathy, because it's not possible to positively influence people if you're not empathetic.
So just drilling down on that, you've particularly focused upon how you select people for leaders. How, in a practical sense, do you look for empathy amongst those you're considering for leadership within the Air Force?
I think we look for those three qualities. Are you talking about selection of leaders or selection of commanders?
I'm really focusing on, obviously there is an interconnection between the two. I am focusing on ensuring that those at all levels of command, but particularly at the top of the hierarchy, display those good leadership qualities that we've just spoken about. I understood you to be identifying a selection process that's part of that. And what I'm hoping to get an explanation is of how, as part of that explanation process, you are able to identify senior leaders who have empathy.
So we put ourselves through a very deliberate process of selecting commanders. There is a command selection board that is chaired by the Deputy Chief of Air Force for all ranks below the rank of 1 star, and then I chair a selection process for commanders of star rank processes that makes recommendations to the Chief of the Defence Force, who is the approving authority for star rank command appointments.
And as part of that process you've just described, is that concept of empathy identified in the criteria that are used to determine whether or not someone should be selected for promotion?
Empathy would be a contribution to social mastery, which is considered, yes.
Okay, so we've just spoken then about the selection process. I want to focus again on, I want to sort of shift slightly to training people to be good leaders. How does Defence train commanders to be good leaders in the sense of those qualities that I've just described?
When we select our personnel to be commanders, they go through a commander's course, a preparation course that is administered by our ground academy. It runs for several weeks, and it runs through concepts such as leadership, but also personal administrative issues and disciplinary issues as well.
Now, I particularly want to focus in on those concepts you've just spoken about of empathy, and the related ideas that we want senior leaders to be compassionate and to build trust and create an environment in which service members are valued and developed. Would you agree that they are criteria that you want of your senior leaders?
Yes.
Are there any components of that training course that you've just mentioned that is specifically developed to enhancing that skill set amongst senior leaders?
No, only in the sense that that as they go through that course, they are introduced to concepts of leadership. But I would emphasise that by the time we get to the point of selecting senior commanders, then they'll have gone through command appointments at multiple levels, and that they'll have demonstrated performance of their command and leadership skills at multiple levels. And so we get a sense for how competitive they are against their peers as a result of their demonstrated performance.
And in terms of that demonstrated performance, particularly with respect to that concept of empathy, is that criteria measured through the social mastery domain that you spoke about earlier, or are there other specific criteria that touch on it?
That's correct. It's measured through social mastery.
Now, you spoke just then about a particular leadership course that is mandatory. I wanted to ask you about other non-mandatory courses. We heard evidence over, I think, just recently that particularly with respect to training about things like SEMPRO, service can choose what training courses leaders have. Is that consistent with your understanding?
Yes, that's correct.
Is SEMPRO training something that is mandatory amongst your senior leadership?
SEMPRO training itself is not mandatory, but awareness of sexual misconduct as a form of unacceptable behaviour is mandatory, and all aviators will go through that mandatory training on an annual basis.
Why is SEMPRO training not mandatory?
Because I see SEMPRO as a specialist service that can provide support to people who are victims of sexual misconduct. It is an organisation that provides a service. It is not about raising awareness of the issue of sexual misconduct and unacceptable behaviour.
But you'd accept, wouldn't you not, Air Marshal, and I think you touch upon this in your statement, unacceptable behaviour, including of the type that is captured by SEMPRO, is a persistent issue within each arm of service, including the Air Force?
Absolutely.
Would you not accept then that it is important for commanders not just to have an understanding of the mechanics of how that is dealt with, for example, in the military justice system, but really to have an insight into victims and complainants and the kind of trauma that they can experience so that those senior leaders can have empathy in dealing with those individuals as part of the process. Would you accept that?
I do accept that, and I think that is part of our training. So when we prepare leaders for command appointments, they are taught about victim-centric care and how they can provide care. And SEMPRO, they are taught about SEMPRO in the sense that it is a service that they can draw on in cases of sexual misconduct.
And am I right to understand then the effect of your evidence is that because of the existing training that there is, you don't consider it necessary for it to be mandatory that leaders have SEMPRO training specifically? I'm talking about mandatory. So as I understand, you've said, look, it's elective to have the SEMPRO training. It's not something that we mandate. I understood you to be saying, well, look, there is training delivered as part of our, let's call it your fundamental elements of training with respect to aspects of that system. And so given that you don't consider it necessary to mandate that leaders...
Ms Longbottom, can I ask what you mean by SEMPRO training? There's two possible ways of looking at it. One is training about what SEMPRO does, and the other is training in becoming someone working in SEMPRO.
Can I just take that, if you can just give me a moment, please. Commissioner Douglas, that training incorporates incident awareness and response to incidents of unacceptable...
Which training? I put up two.
The SEMPRO training, it's both of those elements that I'm talking about.
Perhaps you can clarify that with the witness, because I'm not sure.
Of course, I can, Commissioner
He
Douglas.
understands what you're talking about, because I didn't.
Thank you, Commissioner Douglas. M. Marshall, are you aware of the constituent elements of training that SEMPRO offers?
I am not aware of the full suite of training that SEMPRO offers.
Are you aware that it has training with respect to incident response?
I am aware that it has training with respect to incident response, yes.
Are you aware that it also has training? Are you aware that it also includes training with respect to how to respond to such incidents?
I am, yes.
So when I'm talking about SEMPRO training, that is specifically what I am talking about. Now, focusing on that package of training, do you consider it apt that such training is made mandatory for senior leaders? And if not, why not?
No, because I think it is important that senior leaders understand the elements of unacceptable behaviour, and I think it's important that they understand where they can draw on services such as SEMPRO to provide support. Our leaders are accountable for the way they respond to incidents of unacceptable behaviour, including sexual misconduct. They are responsible for putting in place victim-centric care. SEMPRO provides a support service to them to enable that to occur, but they do not need to go through a SEMPRO training course in order to develop those skills.
So just to make sure I'm clear, your view is that the existing training they have gives senior leadership the skill set they need to specifically deal with complainants in a trauma-informed way.
Yes.
Sorry to do this, but it picks a little bit up on Commissioner Douglas, your concern, and that is we heard evidence yesterday about mandatory training across the entirety of defence at a base level for SEMPRO, and I think there needs to be a distinction in the question between that training and the level of awareness that it delivers that may or may not be then taken up further, and the separate units of training that my learned friend is referring to.
With respect to my friend, that wasn't the question I asked. The question I asked was whether or not Air Marshal Chipman considered that the senior leadership training that is mandated within Defence gives commanders the skill set to deal with complainants in a trauma-informed way. He did not seem confused by the question and answered it.
It seems to me that the question focuses on the sufficiency of the existing training, and that distinction I was worried about. doesn't need to be addressed in answering the question that was posed. So I'll allow the question.
Commissioner pleases.
Now, can I move on, Air Marshal? We spoke about the factors that contribute to effective leadership that must be present in commanders. I want to shift slightly to the tools that must be at your disposal in order to be an effective leader. Again, I'm going to take you through each of them and ask for your view. The first is that you must have timely data about, say, for the sake of argument, issues arising within the military justice system. You'd accept that?
I do. We must understand our command environment, and having access to data that gives us a sense of that understanding is vital, yes.
But beyond just data, you also have to have expert advice where issues are outside your particular skill set. So, for example, issues that particularly pertain to the mental health of aviators that might not be within your realm of study and understanding.
Yes.
The other thing that you need to be effective are levers, resources that you can apply to address a problem as it arises.
Yes.
But it's also important that there exist assurance mechanisms to satisfy yourself about the effectiveness of a plan that is executed to address a problem. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Are there any others that you would identify?
No, I think that's a comprehensive list.
And so beyond those tools that you have to have at your disposal, there are also external measures that must be in place to give the system, and here I'm particularly talking about Defence as an organisation, its own assurance that its senior leaders are operating effectively. And specifically, that includes having accountability measures in place for assessing performance. You would agree with that?
I agree, yes.
And the effectiveness of those accountability measures in part turns on having them documented so that everyone knows what they are accountable for. You'd agree with that?
Yes.
But they can't just be aspirational statements. Those accountabilities must be able to be meaningfully measured by, for example, outcome-based performance measures or key performance indicators. You'd agree with that?
I think that's very useful, yes.
Now, I just want to particularly focus upon your tenure as Chief of Air Force. How would you characterise the effectiveness of Air Force senior leadership in addressing systemic psychosocial risks that exist within your service?
I would say that I have good surveillance mechanisms in place, that I have a good governance framework in place for that, that I get a good, have a good reporting mechanism of that in place, and so I can understand what is happening across my workforce.
So that's understanding. What about that concept of levers? Do you have the levers at your disposal to address the issues that the information is telling you need to be dealt with?
I think I have the levers in place when there is an identified issue that arises. So
Sorry, continue.
I have the levers in place to triage. I don't feel confident that I have the levers in place to predict.
And that really goes back to, I guess, the exchange we had at the outset and the observations you make in your statement about, would it be fair to say, the current status quo being about triaging rather than being able to proactively address psychosocial risk factors?
Yes, I think that that's where the bias of our effort is at the moment.
And just in terms of that confined capability you have with respect to psychosocial risk factors, what do you see as being the barriers to you being able to make the systematic changes you need to be more proactive?
I think at the moment we are still learning, and so we are on a journey where we have put in place the triage mechanisms, and they have been effective to a point. But we are now thinking about wellbeing more wholesomely, and so that's a change, that's an adjustment, and we are still making that adjustment.
And when you talk about that learning, has any part of that learning come from the work of this Royal Commission?
Yes.
And can you outline for commissioners what particular things you have taken away from the evidence that has been heard across the course of the last couple of years?
I think the biggest revelation for me has been that the issues of suicide and suicidality that affect our veterans community arise as a result of their service. I think historically, and it would be as a reading of the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare reports, we saw incidents of suicide in defence as being less than the national average. We now understand, and therefore we saw suicide and suicidality has been an issue for the Department of Veteran Affairs more than for the Department of Defence. And I think the Royal Commission has shifted our thinking on that.
And I think that's something you spoke about during the course of the roundtable that occurred a couple of weeks ago with the commissioners. So, and I guess that really comes to that, one of those concepts we spoke about earlier in terms of owning the issue. Would it be fair to say that one of the takeaways you've had both from the Royal Commission and the work of the AIHW is that historically Defence's ownership of the issue of suicide and suicidality has been particularly focused on those events as they occur within service? Would that be correct?
Yes.
And it hasn't been sufficiently cognizant of the fact that there are psychosocial hazards that exist within Defence that cause harm, which harm manifests once a member leaves service. Would that be a fair assessment?
That's how I would characterise it, yes.
And so would you accept then that there is more that Defence needs to do to own the issue of the harm it causes that may manifest when someone leaves the Air Force or Defence more generally?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to turn then to your individual accountabilities that are material to the focus of this Royal Commission. As Chief of Air Force, am I right, you have overall responsibility to the Chief of the Defence Force for Service Command of the Air Force?
That's correct.
But you also have additional specific documented accountabilities and roles?
That's correct.
Now, I want to go through the principal documents that go to define your roles and accountabilities, first to identify them, but then we'll deal with some of them in more detail. The first is your charter letter. That's so. And I think, Commissioners, there is in evidence both Air Marshal's previous charter letter, which was dated 24 October 2022, and the more recent one, which is dated 2023. I might just, for the record, I don't think you verbally answered my question. I think you just nodded. Could you just accept for the record that that is one of the documents that goes to define your responsibilities?
The charter letter, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
The other is the strategic accountability table. I might just need you to say
yes, Council.
No, that's fine. Another is the defence instruction.
That's true, yes.
And the last I've identified is the Defence Instruction Administrative Policy.
Which outlines the framework for which defence instructions, so that's true, yes.
So those last three I've mentioned, the Strategic Accountability Table, the Defence Instruction and the Defence Instruction Administrative documents are integrated documents that together go to define sort of your accountabilities.
I would say that the charter letter and the accountabilities framework have more influence on how I see my accountabilities than the defence instructions. I see the defence instructions as being more a framework for how we deliver policy across the organisation.
That's a helpful clarification, thank you. Are there any that I've missed?
No, Council.
I want to go then, please, Air Marshal, if I can, to the charter letters, starting with the previous one, which was dated 2022. Operator, can you please display DEF.1336.0001.001? Now, am I right, Air Marshal, that this is the document that governed your responsibilities and accountabilities from the time you assumed the role of Chief of Air Force until about December of last year?
Yes, Council.
Now, In terms of defining accountabilities, would you accept that the document is at a reasonably high level?
I do, appropriately pitched to a service chief, yes.
What do you mean by that?
Because I think that this is strategic guidance, a strategic direction that the CDF is providing to a service chief.
And just in terms of unpacking that concept, if I could ask the operator to turn to the next page and highlight particularly paragraph 8. There, the CDF identifies that you, as Chief of Air Force, are accountable to him for your performance, as well as the performance of those in your command. That accountability, I take it, but correct me if I'm wrong about it, pertains to those matters that are identified in the charter letter. That's correct?
That's correct.
Coming back to that concept of effective leadership, and I think you accepted before that one of the things that goes to contribute to effective senior leadership is having performance-based accountability measures so that you as Chief of Air Force can be held accountable for your responsibilities. So would you accept then that the sort of generality within which this document is described is an impediment to you having those specific performance-based outcome measures?
I think it is very clear to me what my specific performance-based outcome measures are. So if I was, for example, to talk about force-generating air power, then I have very specific objectives for how much air power I need to generate and in what circumstances. They are laid out in our preparedness requirements. When it comes to my values and my behaviours, then they are very clearly articulated in our Defence Cultural Blueprint. So the culture that I'm expected to imbue in the organisation is very clear to me.
And then, and look, I might focus this question specifically on the matters that are of interest to this Royal Commission, and that is matters pertaining to the health and wellbeing of aviators. I think you accepted at the outset that that is one of your accountabilities as Chief of Air Force. Can you tell me, where is that accountability embedded in this charter letter?
I think it's in the definition of service command. So the concept of command means that if you go back, am I allowed to?
Take an opportunity to go through, because this is very important for us to understand how those mechanics of accountability work. So if you could step me through, is there anything particularly in paragraph 2 of the document that you see as being material to embedding those accountabilities?
In paragraph 2, the CDF says he assigns to me service command of the Royal Australian Air Force.
And so is the effect of the evidence you gave just previously that that expression service command has a specific definition that incorporates that concept of health and wellbeing?
So the command element of that term service command means that I'm responsible for achieving a mission to generate air power, and that I'm responsible for the morale, discipline and wellbeing of Air Force personnel, of all of our aviators.
And is that expression service command defined somewhere, either in this document or elsewhere within defence policy or legislation?
The term command is defined in our doctrine. The appendix service to that term command implies that my command responsibilities extend to Air Force as a service.
So, okay, so the expression, so as I understand it, your point is command is a defined expression.
That's correct.
When used in conjunction with service, that means you have those command responsibilities with respect to your particular arm of service.
That's correct.
Drilling down then into that expression command, and please forgive me if we've already covered this, but is there specifically documented that an aspect of that command responsibility pertains to the well-being of members, or is that something that is implied on the basis of statements that are elsewhere in policy documents?
No, I think that's part of our doctrinal definition of command.
Okay, so it is found in the doctrinal definition of command. Okay then, well then focusing specifically on that concept of your command responsibilities with respect to mental health and wellbeing of members, what are the performance-based measures by which your accountability for that aspect of your command responsibility measured?
I think the way in which I don't have specific performance-based measures, but I assess the health and wellbeing of my organisation in particular through surveys.
But that's not something, for example, that you are required to report to CDF as part of the discharge of your accountabilities in your performance that are referred to in paragraph 8 of the charter letter.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I want to move forward then, if I can, to your more recent charter letter. I'm not sure if we're able to display a copy of that, and if not, I can arrange for you to be given a hard copy of it. Oh, we can. Can you explain to commissioners the background to this new charter letter being issued and how, in your view, it materially differs from the previous one?
So the difference with the command letter issued in 2023 is it follows the changes to our organisational structure, where some of the authorities for personnel management are transferred to the Chief of Personnel.
So you're talking there particularly about the joint directive that was issued that led to Lieutenant General Natasha Fox assuming the role of Chief of Personnel at some point last year.
That's correct.
So just in a practical effect, how does that alter your accountabilities, specifically with respect to health and wellbeing of members?
I think there are two elements of accountability. The first one is responsibility, where I'm reasonably expected to undertake a task. The second is authority, where I have the authority to direct resources to that outcome. I don't see that there's been any change in my responsibility. And in fact, one message I'd like all aviators to hear is that when they put on their uniform, they see me as their boss. When they put on their uniform, their families see me as their boss. And that's precisely how I see it. I feel accountable for their well-being. But I no longer have the authority for managing some of the personnel services that they require. And we achieve those outcomes. I achieve my accountabilities under Service Command now through a shared accountabilities model where I advocate for those services on their behalf.
And would it be fair to say that it is a cause of some concern for you that you no longer have the authority with respect to discharging those particular aspects of your responsibilities?
I'm self-aware enough to know that yes, I am concerned because I don't have control over those authorities, but I can still get access to those services and the support that my organisation requires by CPERS exercising those authorities.
And so
Chief of Personnel exercising those authorities.
So it would be important there to enable you to properly discharge your responsibilities, that there is effective integration between your role and that of the Chief of Personnel. That would be correct?
Absolutely.
So that given those authorities, or that the responsibility rests with you, but the authority rests with the Chief of Personnel, so that you can ensure the two of you are working together to address issues within your specific arm of service as they arise.
That's correct.
Now, one of the things I'm struck by about this new charter letter is that there is now a specific mention of wellbeing. That was something, and I know you've spoken to me about how that expression command is defined within defence doctrine. But another shift in this document is now there is a specifically stated expectation that you prioritise the safety and well-being of our people. Do you have any insight as to why that was included in your new charter letter?
I don't, but I also don't think my reading of the previous charter letter would have diminished my sense that I was responsible for the safety and well-being of my people.
I accept that, Air Marshal, but going back to that point of documented accountabilities, it strikes me as a stark difference that in your previous charter letter, one would have to go to different documents for an outsider to understand that your service command responsibilities incorporate the safety and well-being of your people, whereas this particular charter letter specifically or explicitly enumerates that. So you would accept that that's a material change between the two?
I think it's a material improvement.
What do you mean by that?
Because it's helpful, however it's arrives that the CDF has chosen those words, it is helpful to hear explicitly that I'm accountable for those things.
And in terms of that accountability, again, coming back to this concept of performance-based outcome measures, how is your performance in prioritising the safety and well-being of your people measurable in terms of reporting to the CDF about how you have discharged that aspect of this charter letter?
I think that is still an issue that we are struggling with, is to understand what are the key performance indicators, what are the ways in which we measure, and how do we benchmark, and what is acceptable. I think we are struggling with those concepts.
Okay. Now, I want to shift topics slightly to accountability mechanisms and some of the issues that this Commission is grappling with in this respect. And that is that there is a seeming lack of specific accountability mechanisms, particularly insofar as it concerns matters that concern the mental health and well-being of members, not just as an overarching strategic objective, but also as it permeates in individual cases. And can I just examine that with you in the context of a specific example of evidence that we heard last week? Last week, John Armfield, who wasn't a member of your service, he was a member of the Royal Australian Navy, gave evidence related to the death of his brother by suicide. And a specific aspect of his evidence was about how ADF HQ posted the inquiry report into the death of his brother without there being any kind of support around him when he received that report. Now, this was an issue I examined the VCDF about, and it appears clear on the face of the documents that it is an acknowledged shortfalling in dealing with Mr. Armfield in a trauma-informed way. But I want to take you to the exchange that I had with the Vice Chief of the Defence Force about that last week to get your perspective. Operator, could you please display, it's from day 88, yes. Can you just read, please, Air Marshal, line 20, and then I might ask the operator right through to the next page, and I think about line 16. Air Marshal, the object of that exchange was to get an understanding of who was specifically accountable in senior leadership for an admitted shortfalling in how a member was dealt with. My reading, and you tell me if you take a different view, of the effect of that evidence is that really everyone is accountable, but no one specifically is. Would you accept that?
No, I think what the Vice is saying here is that the CDF is the authority on which that information was released to Mr Armfield, and that it was his organisation, ADF headquarters, that was responsible for delivering that information to Mr Armfield.
But when that organisation falls down, isn't senior leadership ultimately accountable because it is senior leadership who commands that organisation?
Yes, we hold ourselves accountable, yes.
And this is an example of, so ADF HQ, an organisation where there are differing accountabilities as between the Vice Chief of the Defence Force and the CDF. And I squarely put to the Vice Chief of the Defence Force who is accountable, and the effect of the answer, and it's consistent with what you've just said, is, well, not the CDF and not me, it's the organisation. And that's really the vice we're grappling with, is that there are these aspirational statements of accountability, but where something goes wrong, no one actually ultimately seems to be accountable. Would you accept that that is a systemic issue that exists within Defence?
I do understand how you've drawn that conclusion, yes.
Okay. Now, the Commission heard evidence last week, Air Marshal, from Associate Secretary Matthew Yiannopoulos. Are you familiar with the evidence that he gave?
I saw transcripts and I am familiar. I was watching part of it.
And I can take you to particular parts of the transcript if I need to, but hopefully it won't be necessary. Mr Yiannopoulos told commissioners that he created the Strategic Accountabilities Table to try and document and publish for everyone to see the accountabilities that exist within Defence. Are you familiar with that initiative and that evidence?
Yes, I am.
I might just bring that table up specifically insofar as it pertains to you. Operator, can you please display DEF.1151.0009.0029? Are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
Now, this document picks up part of what was in your previous charter letter. Does it remain current?
I have not confirmed whether the changes to my charter letter from 2023 have been incorporated into the accountabilities framework.
Now, I don't want to unnecessarily cover old ground, but you would agree that, again, this document is stated at a reasonably high level?
Yes.
Now, insofar as it embeds your specific accountabilities with respect to mental health and well-being, am I correct to understand, well, where do you see, rather, those responsibilities or accountabilities being embedded in the document? There isn't any specific reference here, I think, to command, as was in the charter letter.
I think it's implied in the statement that I command Air Force.
Okay.
And there is references to it in terms of being a steward of culture, stewardship of people.
Okay. So it is, as you said, implication of concepts that are embedded at a high level in the document. And your point is, well, there are other documents that more specifically prescribe those. Okay. But again, you would accept, would you not, that this accountability table doesn't include any outcome-based measures that could be used to monitor your performance?
Sorry, I accept that it doesn't, yes.
Yes. It doesn't include any clarity as to how you as a senior leader would be held accountable for failing to deliver on a particular outcome?
That's correct.
Now, the Associate Secretary told the Commissioners last week, that he would assess the accountabilities in documents such as this as being clear, But he went on to say, there are parts of my organisation that don't like them, and so when they don't like them, they refer to the accountabilities as unclear. Could I get your response to that question? And it's really in two parts. First, do you think that the accountabilities are unclear?
No.
Second of all, do you agree that there are parts of the Defence organisation that don't like this accountability framework?
Yes.
Can you identify for commissioners where that discontent lies and why?
I think the discontent lies in the distribution of authority, and it's because people have felt like they've lost a sense of control over outcomes.
And just unpacking that, obviously Defence has gone through a period of evolution, principally since the First Principles Review. In terms of that devolution of authority, is that part of what you're talking about there? There has been, following the First Principles Review, a move to a one defence enterprise that incorporates both the military and the departmental side?
It's not a devolution of authority, it's a distribution of authority to a shared accountabilities matrix.
Okay, so then, but am I right to understand that the discontent that has been expressed is connected to that evolution following the First Principles Review, or have I got that wrong?
I think that discontent exists in senior leadership, among some senior leaders, but it's not throughout our organisation.
I mean, you have spoken about, sort of in the context of the new charter letter you have, that you've lost some authority, particularly with respect to your responsibilities for mental health and wellbeing. Is that something that you are personally unhappy about?
I feel like I've taken a step back in terms of the way I exercise my accountability, because I have lost some of my authority. But I think it has been a vital evolution for our organisation. And as much as I feel like as a service chief I've taken one step backwards, I think the organisation has taken 3 steps forward.
Okay. Now, I want to shift topics, Air Marshal, to your specific accountabilities under your specific legal accountabilities with respect to the safety and wellbeing of your people. Now, we've touched upon those command responsibilities embedded in the charter letter, but am I correct that you are also designated a person conducting a business or undertaking for the purposes of the Workplace Health and Safety Act?
Yes.
Now, for convenience, I'm going to refer to that designation as a WHS officer. Are you comfortable with that language?
Yes, Council.
Now, I just want to make sure we understand how that WHS officer designation works within the context of the One Defence enterprise. Now, am I right to understand that Defence as an organisation has an obligation, has a duty rather, under the WHS legislation to ensure, so far as is reasonably practicable, the health and safety of its workers while at work?
Yes.
And you, as a WHS officer, must exercise due diligence to ensure that Defence complies with its duty for, and I'm paraphrasing, a safe workplace.
Yes.
Now, that obligation you have of due diligence, that extends to managing psychosocial risks. You'd
Yes.
accept that? Yeah. And it requires you to be proactive in taking steps to understand and manage the risks to your workforce. You'd accept that?
Yes.
Now, I want to make sure we have an understanding of the workforce to whom your obligations as a WHS officer apply. First of all, the concept of aviators is something that is mentioned in your statement. Can you please elucidate for commissioners, when you use the expression aviators, what specifically does that encompass?
So aviators are everybody who wears an Air Force uniform. Some of them work in Air Force Group and some of them work outside of Air Force Group. I would also include, though, in my definition of aviators, all of the public servants, and in particular when it relates to workplace health and safety, or members of the public service and contractors that do work for Air Force are part of my responsibilities as an officer.
So adopting then that definition you've just given of aviators, do you understand your obligations as a WHS officer being confined to aviators, or is it broader than that?
I understand my responsibilities as an officer as pertaining to all people that are working within Air Force Group.
And so can you elucidate for me the distinction between Air Force Group and aviators?
So, for example, if there is a Air Force officer who is working in Joint Capabilities Group, then they would be operating under the Workplace Health and Safety Authority of the Chief of Joint Capabilities. Whilst they're working within Air Force Group, then they're under my responsibility.
So am I right to understand then you are excluding from the cohort of aviators who you are responsible for those who are currently working outside of the Air Force as an organisation, but instead working, for example, in joint operations?
For the purpose of workplace health and safety legislation, not for the purpose of my responsibilities.
No, I accept that. I'm specifically focusing on the workplace health and safety. So with that caveat, I'm correct in that understanding?
Yes.
Okay. How do you discharge your due diligence obligation as a WHS officer for the Air Force Group, as you've described it?
So our workplace health and safety framework is described in policy through a document called RAF-SAFE, the RAF Safety Manual. It's administered by a cell that is part of our Headquarters Air Command. They have specialisation in human performance optimisation, and they are responsible for delivering training packages and developing awareness of both psychosocial and physical risks that are existing in our workplace.
Can you identify for me the name of that cell to which you've just referred?
I think it's called the HPO cell.
And am I right to understand that the discharge of your duties are documented in the RAF Safety Manual that you've just described?
That's correct.
And just focusing then particularly on psychosocial risk, can you give commissioners an overview of specific obligations and outcome-based performance measures that exist within that manual pertaining to managing psychosocial risk?
I don't think I can identify specific performance measures, but what I can say is that we deliver training. We conduct annual safety stand-downs where commanders deliver that training, and that has had a focus on psychosocial welfare for at least the last 5 years. We also administer through our safety organisation a survey called Snapshot, and that tracks psychosocial risk factors, hazards, so that we get a sense for how the health of our workforce.
Just focusing then on that concept of the health of your workforce, you assumed the role of WHS officer upon becoming Chief of the Air Force in July 2022, is that right?
That's correct.
Were you provided any briefings as you assumed that role with respect to psychosocial risk factors within the Air Force?
I was provided a generic handover brief that talked through the responsibilities of all of the appointments of the subordinates within my organisation, certainly at a command level to 1-star. And then I held meetings with each of them in my first 2 weeks in command to talk through contemporary issues that they were experiencing.
Okay. Do you receive ongoing briefings about psychosocial risk factors within the Air Force Group?
Yes.
Can you give commissioners an overview of who gives those briefings, what form they take and the like?
The most structured format in which I receive them is at the Air Force Safety Board, which is held twice a year.
Beyond that, do you receive any structured briefings about psychosocial risk factors?
No, there would be briefs that occur, like information passed to me on occurrence, but not in a structured briefing format.
Are there any particular risk factors based on those briefings, or more broadly, the information you receive by virtue of your role, that you see as being unique or particularly prevalent within the Air Force as compared to, say, the Army or the Navy? Now, you might not be able to tell me about the Army and the Navy, but are there any specific psychosocial risk factors you see existing for aviators?
We, in recent years, through our snapshot survey, have been concerned about fatigue and workforce experience and resourcing.
Can you expand upon that concern?
It was in particular, and so it doesn't fall uniformly across our workforce, but there were segments within our workforce, and in particular our air mobility group that fly transport aircraft, and our combat support group that look after all of our base services. Those two parts of our organisation were experiencing high fatigue and high workload through COVID, particularly with all of the lockdown requirements that they're experiencing, and then also through the high demand that was placed on ADF support through domestic HADR humanitarian events.
And is workforce hollowness a persistent issue or challenge for the Air Force?
Yes.
Is it confined to those cohorts you've just mentioned?
No, in fact, it falls differently. We tend to find workforce hollowness falls at particular experience levels and within particular musterings, not to a particular or part of our organisation.
And can you give me just a specific example of what you see, for instance, as being the most prevalent or challenging aspect of hollowness within your organisation?
The Chief of Air Force doesn't nominate a particular place or work group due to strategic concerns, rather than if you can talk at a generic level, that would help.
With that caveat, can you please give me an answer to that question?
So, for example, there might be a particular mustering that is responsible for a particular form of maintenance on an aircraft, or a particular operational activity in the back of an aircraft that is vulnerable because there are high demand for their skills outside of Air Force. And then even within that, we tend to find that our numbers might be healthy at junior levels and at senior levels, but it's that mid-range supervision level where we experience hollowness.
Now, I want to shift topics to the Defence Enterprise Committee system. Am I right to understand, Air Marshal, that you're a member of a number of Defence Enterprise Committees? I specifically want to take you to some in Tier 1 and Tier 2. The Chiefs of Service Committee?
Yes.
The Enterprise Business Committee?
Yes.
The Defence People Committee, albeit that might be a Tier 3 committee?
I am not a member of the Defence People Committee.
What about the Strategic Command Group?
Yes.
Are there any other Tier 1 or Tier 2 committees that I've missed there?
The Investment Committee is a Tier 2 committee that I'm a member of.
Now, I just want to take you to a document Defence has provided us that sets forth ownership or carriage of particular topics. Operator, could you please display DEF.quadruple9.0132.0068? And if you could please turn, operator, to .0074. Are you familiar with this document, Air Marshal?
Yes.
So you'll see there it identifies each of those defence committees that we've just spoken about having carriage or ownership of topics that are material to our terms of reference. including mental health, suicide, suicidality and self-harm, recruitment, retention and attrition, and culture. Just particularly pertaining to those committees that you sit on, do you agree that it correctly characterises those committees as having ownership of those topics?
Yes.
Focusing then particularly on the investment committee that you sit on, do you agree that it has no ownership of the topic of welfare and wellbeing, mental health, or suicide, suicidality and self-harm?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because the investment committee is more focused on our investment portfolio into new capabilities, estate and ICT systems.
That wouldn't include, for example, though, ICT systems that are directed to capturing data about issues of psychosocial risk?
So the investment committee will have considered, for example, the enterprise resource planning project that includes CASE, the case management system, which would record data on those, but we would not consider that as, so the outcome of those decisions are about where we prioritise investment, not welfare outcomes for our people.
Okay, so I'm right to understand then your reading of this table, your evidence with respect to this table is premised on the committees that have responsibility for outcomes with respect to those topics?
I think, yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, we canvassed a little time ago the factors that contribute to effective leadership. Would you accept that those same factors apply to the effective operation of the committees within the Defence Enterprise System?
Yes.
But would you accept as well that the committee system must also be integrated? So there can't be silos of information as between committees, or more broadly between committees and particular arms of service?
Yes.
It must operate on the basis of centralised control and decentralised execution. And if it assists, I can explain to you what I mean by that.
Yes, please.
So it means that Tier 1 and Tier 2 committees have responsibility for providing strategic direction. That should be their role. You agree with that?
Yes.
But that strategy is then executed and material to the service instance through a service-specific lens.
That's true, yes.
So just to sort of examine it in a practical sense, you talk in your statement about particular safety considerations that arise with respect to the equipment, the physical equipment that arises for Air Force. So that would be an example of where there might be a strategic policy about safety, equipment maintenance and the like, but that needs to be executed through a service-specific lens that reflects the particular factors that go to define that arm of service.
That's correct.
Now, are there any other characteristics you would identify as being necessary for an effective committee system?
No, Council, none that come to mind.
How would you characterise the effectiveness of the Defence Committee system in managing personnel issues related to the health and wellbeing of members?
To the extent that Air Force is able to understand health and welfare through our surveillance systems and bring them to attention and to be able to interpret data in ways that are useful, that information is presented to Defence Senior Committees and we do discuss it.
Okay, so am I right to understand that in terms of information being fed up from Air Force to Tier 1 and Tier 2 committees, you consider there are some limitations in the information you can provide to those committees? Is that a fair assessment?
No, I don't think it's the committee structure that impedes it. It's our ability to collect data in the first place.
Yeah. So again, going back to those kind of characteristics, to be effective, a committee system needs to be able to have timely, comprehensive data. And I understood you to be saying, look, there are limitations in the comprehensiveness of the data we can provide at the moment.
That's correct.
Is that right?
Yes.
But insofar as it concerns that data that can be escalated up, and I particularly want to focus on that concept you speak about in your statement of triaging versus proactively managing, and perhaps use a benchmark of how those Tier 1 and Tier 2 committees deal with issues such as capital expenditure on equipment. How effective would you characterise the Defence Committee system in managing issues related to health and wellbeing of members? Is it a triage approach or is it a proactive approach?
I think there is evidence that we are proactive. If I can offer you two examples. The first one is that at COSC we consider changes to ADF doctrine. And ADF doctrine has recently introduced a philosophical doctrine that includes things like leadership and command and character, ethics, and that doctrine will be used now throughout our training systems, right through all three services, to increase the skills and awareness and knowledge of those concepts so that we're upskilling our workforce. That is a proactive measure that aims to improve psychosocial wellbeing of our workforce.
And just in terms of that doctrine that you've spoken about, would you accept that a doctrine or a policy is really only as effective as the accountability measures that are embedded in it?
So it's true to say that there is no way at the moment of us measuring what the outcome of that new doctrine has been.
But does that doctrine have embedded in it specific outcome-based measures by which its effectiveness can be assessed? Is it a statement of aspiration, or does it have specific key performance indicators by which someone from the outside can say, this is the change we want to see and this is how that change will be measured?
I don't think it's either, council. It is a theoretic. It's theory. It's doctrine that we use to improve our knowledge and awareness, and that helps us avoid the preconditions of having poor leadership, command, poor ethical decision making.
Now, so that was one example you gave of proactivity. Was there another that you wanted to tell the commissioners about?
The other example I was going to offer was the Defence Cultural Blueprint, which has been through both Tier 2 and Tier 1 committees. That is about us having a conversation about an integrated cultural framework for defence, and about us deciding on what things are important and how we prioritise our values and behaviours. And again, if we're able to set a strong culture based on our values and behaviours that is strong and ubiquitous through our organisation, then that provides protective factors against unacceptable behaviour.
And it's uncontroversial, and you're very frank in your statement about this, that there is a clear connection between unacceptable behaviour as an element of poor culture and psychosocial risk. Am I right to understand the two examples you've just given us specifically focused on the cultural aspect of psychosocial risk?
Yes.
Now, focusing then on other issues, would it be fair to say that these matters, so I withdraw that, in terms of those Tier 1 and Tier 2 committees, what are the committees where these psychosocial risk factors in a systemic sense are principally discussed, and where systematic approaches to address those issues are determined?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Of course. So just looking at, if we could just have the table up again, please. Can you identify for commissioners, please, those committees of which you are a member where, first of all, systemic issues with respect to suicide, suicidality, poor mental health and wellbeing are canvassed?
An example of that would be our workforce reports that are compiled by DPG based on Your Say surveys that do talk about factors such as wellbeing. It doesn't specifically relate to suicide and suicidality, but it gives us a sense of the psychosocial risks that our workforce is experiencing at the time, and we discuss those at SCG and COSC.
So COSC, and you said you gave an acronym. Is that Strategic Command?
Strategic Command Group, sorry.
So they're the principal places where those are discussed. What about, and let me use as an example, you've spoken about culture. I want to talk about, say, a mental health and wellbeing specific plan or policy. Where in those committees would strategic decisions be made about that type of document?
I think new policies that relate to personnel outcomes would be discussed at the Enterprise Business Committee.
Okay. And are related issues that arise with respect to the mental health and wellbeing of members something that is the subject of substantive discussion, say, for example, in COSC?
Yes.
Now, Defence have helpfully provided us with minutes that from both COSC and the Enterprise Business Committee where issues related to mental health and wellbeing and suicidality are discussed. Focusing particularly on the Enterprise Business Committee, would it be a fair characterisation that disparate elements are talked about? So, for example, respite policy or workplace health and safety plans, but there is not a substantive singular strategic direction being discussed with respect to how to proactively address mental health and wellbeing as a whole.
I think that's fair.
Now, I want to move then particularly to the Air Force and how it grapples with those issues. You touched upon before some of the data sets that you have available to you. In addition to what you've just mentioned, we understand that Air Force has undertaken independent work to pull together more comprehensive data with respect to factors that impact the health and wellbeing of its personnel. Specifically, it's engaged senior data scientists and risk specialists who are analysing a combination of disparate data sets. So, for example, Sentinel reports and DIRs to seek to identify trends and risks with respect to psychosocial hazards. Is that correct?
I'm aware that that work is happening, but it's happening at a working level, and I'm not familiar with the outcomes of that work yet.
And tell me if you can't answer this then. Do you know why the Air Force decided to undertake that work, whether it's ongoing, how it's utilised, or if that sort of project has been disseminated more broadly within the enterprise, for example, at a COSC meeting or an EBC meeting?
I don't know specifically the decisions that arose to make that work happen, but I would say it's consistent with something we take pride in Air Force, and that is to have a generative safety culture. And what I mean by that is a culture that is constantly seeking to improve safety outcomes. And we see in that safety framework psychosocial risks on the same level as we see physical hazards and risks.
And would it be fair to say that a challenge to discharging that objective that you've just spoken about is the fact that there is disaggregated data sets at the moment, which is a challenge or a barrier in terms of you being able to have a complete picture of themes and trends and where particular psychosocial hazards might lie?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if we can move then to the service level committees, and I might just ask the operator to bring back up that same document. I can give the reference again if it assists. DEF.quadruple9.0132.0068. And if you could turn please to 0075. And you'll see there, and perhaps if the operator can please expand the top of that table, just down to the end of, just down to defence level committees. While that's been expanded, can you give commissioners an overview of what you see as being the role and importance of a service-specific approach to mental health and wellbeing?
I think all three services need to draw on a common policy framework to deliver mental health and wellbeing outcomes in the same way that we need to draw on the same framework, culture framework and behaviours framework, values and behaviours framework that drive our culture to achieve an integrated force. But all three services operate in a different context. The idea that through our leadership networks that we can have conversations about mental health and wellbeing and culture on a ship and you know, when soldiers are out in the field or when aviators are generating air power, and that conversation would be done in the same way, I think is flawed. We have to allow our services to tailor culture and wellbeing to their circumstances.
And so does that really resonate with that concept I spoke to you about earlier of the need for centralised control and identification of strategy, but execution through a service-specific lens?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, accepting that that is necessary, given the different natures of each of the service, is there a risk, do you think, as between Air Force boards and Defence Tier 1 and Tier 2 boards, that there might be duplication, siloed approaches being taken to mental health, wellbeing and the like, and then again at a service level? And if you do accept that, what do you see as being the solutions?
I think the fact that we are bringing our reporting back to central committees and that we are applying a common policy means that we're at less risk of taking siloed approaches and duplicating those services.
So in order for that committee system to work, it is incumbent that information is directed up. So information on material issues from, say, Air Force are reported up to Tier 1 and Tier 2 committees. That's one aspect that's integral to it working well.
I think that's true, but there will be thresholds of when they reach a strategic level where it's important for those committees to consider them.
And what do you see that threshold as being? And perhaps if we can examine that through the context of a particular example of a mental health and wellbeing issue.
So, for example, if I thought that there was an outcome that I was seeking to achieve, that I had the capacity and resources to achieve, and that was particular to Air Force, then that would be an internal matter that I would seek to resolve. But if it was an issue that affected the organisation more broadly or required resources that were outside of my capacity, then I would need to take it to a higher committee.
Okay. And then I think the other aspect you spoke about is information coming up, but then also policy being executed down the committee structure. Is that right?
That's correct.
But would you agree in that respect that it's necessary for there to be some oversight from the Tier 1 and Tier 2 committees just to ensure that there is not a siloed approach or a disconnected approach being taken between the strategic objective that's identified and its execution within, say, Air Force?
Yes, that is one of the functions of the committee system, is to integrate our effort.
Okay. Now, if the operator, I think we're at cross purposes operator, could you please display that part of the table that pertains specifically to Air Force? Now, one of those committees you mentioned before, I think, was the Air Force Safety Board. Is that right?
That's correct.
And am I right to understand you said that is the committee by which you most regularly receive structured briefings about psychosocial risk issues?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I just want to ask you the same question I asked before about the identification of the committees that have carriage or ownership, particularly of welfare and wellbeing, mental health, suicide, suicidality, and self-harm and culture. Do you agree with those characterisations in the table?
I do, yes.
Are there any committees that you consider do have carriage of those topics, but it's not identified as such in the table? For example, the Air Force Risk Committee.
I think, for example, both for the Air Force Board and the Air Force Risk Committee, where issues were identified that pertain to mental health, then they would be discussed at those committees as well, but they wouldn't necessarily appear specifically in the charters for those committees.
Okay. Now, I particularly want to focus upon the Air Force Mental Health and Wellbeing Working Group. Am I right to understand that that group was established later last year?
That's correct.
Now, is the establishment of that group connected in any respect to the mental health and wellbeing group that has been established by Brigadier Langford?
So Brigadier Langford is leading the mental health and wellbeing branch for the ADF. Air Force has established a directorate within Air Force that is focused on mental health and wellbeing as well. Within Air Force, we have established a steering group to oversee the activities of that directorate, and they are supported by a working group, the Mental Health and Wellbeing Working Group. But I would say that this is an example where they are working extremely closely and are very well integrated, and so that the information that they have is shared and their initiatives are combined.
Okay, so I just want to make sure we really understand how these different committees are working. So you've just mentioned the steering group. We have seen listed in documents the Mental Health and Wellbeing Steering Group. Our understanding, but correct me if I'm wrong about this, that group was established some time ago, say sort of in about 2016, 2017?
You're testing my knowledge here, but my understanding is it was only created recently.
Okay. And I'll just put these questions to you, and if you're not able to answer them, I might just ask you to come back to us on notice. So our understanding is that the Mental Health and Wellbeing Steering Group is tasked with implementing the Air Force Mental Health and Wellbeing Plan and ensuring that resources and initiatives across Air Force are specifically utilised in accordance with the Defence Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategy. Now, that strategy obviously predates 2023. It's been in place since 2018. So our understanding is that is an older group that is specifically directed to oversight of the service-specific mental health and wellbeing action plan. Are you able to respond to that now, or would you like to take that on notice?
Just to say that it does predate the working group.
It does.
Yes.
Okay. But as you've just said, the group that's identified here, so the Air Force Mental Health and Wellbeing Working Group, is more recently established, and I think you've said it is operating in an integrated way with Brigadier Langford's group. Can you give me some specific examples of that?
No, in terms of the way in which they're integrating, I don't have any specific examples.
Let me ask it this way then. What's the purpose, in your view, of having this service-specific working group?
If I want those policy outcomes that have been developed by Brigadier Langford's organisation to reach everyone in my organisation, then that has to be energised through our command and leadership networks. If I want the LACs and the LACWs, and I'm characterising here, but on the hangar floors who are maintaining our aircraft and everybody else in our organisation to experience the benefits of those policy initiatives, then they have to be enlivened through our leadership networks. It has to be the corporals and sergeants that are talking to them, not Brigadier Langford in Canberra. The way I take that policy and translate it into a leadership outcome through my organisation is through the steering group supported by the directorate and the working group.
So it is, in your view, a specific example of using of a execution of a centralised strategic outcome through a service-specific lens.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, just in terms of policy then, am I right to understand that the relationship between the Defence Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategy and the Air Force Mental Health and Wellbeing Action Plan is that the latter constitutes the execution of the former, again, on a service-specific basis?
That's absolutely correct. We would use the term nested. It will nest underneath the ADF strategy and deliver outcomes across Air Force.
Okay. Now, I want to take you particularly to some documents with respect to that policy. Operator, can you please display tender bundle document number 9? It's DEF.1319.0001.0547. Sorry, operator, the document is DEF.1319.0001.0476. Just take a moment to read it. Are you familiar with this document, Air Marshal?
It was not a document that was produced for my signature. You can see that it's been signed by the Deputy Chief of Air Force, but I was aware that it was in the tender bundle and I am familiar with it, yes.
And did you first become aware of it when it was identified in the tender bundle, or had you known of it previously?
It would be my expectation that the steering group would hold minutes, that they would produce minutes, and that there would be briefs between our Deputy Chief of Personnel and the Deputy Chief of Air Force who chairs the steering group, but I was not aware of it before it was tendered in the bundle.
Okay. Now, this briefing note is identified as including a desktop review of various Air Force mental health and wellbeing plans. And I'm going to take you to a couple of aspects of it and just ask if you knew about these things before you saw it in the tender bundle. Just in terms of guiding you through the document, if the operator can please go to .0477. And you'll see at paragraph 2, it refers to a number of key Defence and Air Force artefacts that have been developed to support mental and health and wellbeing between 2017 and 2022. Is the expression artefacts a term of art? What does it mean in your view?
It was a term that was used contemporaneously in Air Force a few years ago to refer to a document.
Okay. Now, if you can then please turn to point 0478, operator, and particularly focus on and expand paragraph 4. So you will see there the briefing identifies the fact of 3 related plans in circulation with a lack of clarity around which of the documents has primacy and a number of the activities in the document overlapping. Were you aware of those issues with the mental health and wellbeing artefacts before you saw this document in the tender bundle?
Can I ask you please to go back to the first page?
Of course.
That was in my tenure when this brief was put to the Deputy Chief of Air Force. I was not aware that we had 3 different plans in circulation at that time.
So when did you first become aware that there were 3 different plans in circulation?
When I saw the document in the tender bundle.
Is that a cause for some concern for you as Chief of Air Force, particularly in terms of discharging those accountabilities for the health and wellbeing of your members?
I certainly would like to see an integrated, coherent effort, and I think what you're seeing here is the Director General of Personnel highlighting to the Deputy Chief of Air Force that there is room for improvement in delivering an integrated and coherent effort.
But I guess it comes back to this concept that I've been exploring with you from the outset, Air Marshal, that is, who is ultimately accountable for these issues? And as I understood it, you accept that in terms of the mental health and well-being of aviators, you are ultimately accountable for that. You would accept that?
Yes.
Given that, is it concerning to you that the deficiencies in these policies were not brought to your attention before you came to give evidence before this Royal Commission?
It doesn't concern me because what this is evidence of is that people that I delegate authority to for these outcomes, in this case the Deputy Chief of Air Force, is overseeing an activity that is bringing this work together in a coherent way, and that is useful.
Okay, I might just ask the operator to please go to .0479 and expand paragraph 10. Another issue or critique that is identified in this document with respect to Air Force mental health and wellbeing policy is an inconsistent scope across the documents. In particular, a holistic approach being taken at a defence strategy level, where a different and broader view focused on particular constructs being taken at a service-specific level. And the consequence of that, as is noted in the briefing, is that there are line items in the plan that are out of scope. Is that well, first of all, were you aware of that before you came to give evidence?
Not specifically, no.
And is that a cause for concern to you?
Again, I think what you're seeing here is emerging work that hadn't been centrally coordinated, but now is being combined and aggregated and done in a way that's useful. So I think this is us as an organisation learning, delivering new services, thinking about a problem in a new way, and finding ways to combine our effort in a useful way.
So would it be fair to say this document identifies problems, but it would then be incumbent on those within the Air Force hierarchy to address those identified problems?
I think I would say that it has identified inefficiencies, and what we're trying to do is consolidate our effort to deliver a better service.
To use your characterisation of consolidating efforts, it remains necessary to fix that issue.
Yes.
Now, and that is a matter that is specifically within the control of the Air Force and those that you command to address.
Yes.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong about this, but if the operator can please then turn to .0476 and read the recommendations. The substantive recommendation on my reading at least, and you tell me if you disagree, that came out of this is that one of those artefacts, the action plan for 2017 to 2022 was decided to be extended for another year and become the sole plan.
That was a decision put to the Deputy Chief of Air Force, yes.
And sort of in view of what you've read in the document, is your view that that is consistent with a proactive approach being taken to to remedy the deficiencies that are identified in the briefing note? Or is it more consistent with taking, say, a triaging approach to that issue? Let's let this action plan linger on for another year.
The way I interpret that recommendation is that what it's agreeing to do is extend the Air Force Headquarters Mental Health and Wellbeing Action Plan and then bring all other initiatives that are occurring in mental health and wellbeing into line with that plan.
Now, I just want to take you to the action plan, if I can, please. Operator, can you please display DEF.1319.0001.0013? Now, we understand that to be the action plan that was referred to in the briefing that I've just taken you to. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Are you familiar with this document?
I have seen it, yes.
When did you first become aware of it?
I recall this being part of my induction briefs when I first came into the role.
Okay. Would you agree, Air Marshal, that it's a fairly high-level document for an action plan?
Yes.
And that characterisation applies, amongst other matters, to the outcome-based measures by which success against the plan is measured. And I might just ask the operator to turn in that respect to the next page. Are you familiar with those key expected results and priority actions?
Yes.
Are they matters about which you receive regular or structured briefings with respect to how Air Force is tracking and meeting them?
Not in relation specifically to the Mental Health and Wellbeing Action Plan. That would be work that the Deputy Chief of Air Force would oversee in the steering group, where there were issues that he felt that were significant enough to raise to me or to the Air Force Safety Board, then that's where I would see them.
And just, I just want to have an understanding, because you are quite passionate in your statement about your concerns about the mental health and well-being of your members and the harm that can be done to them by service, in service. Is it consistent with that, Air Marshal, that you rely upon others to give you briefings rather than reaching in and trying to find out more about these issues?
It is consistent because I have full confidence and trust in their leadership and performance.
Now, I just want to take you to some of these outcome-based measures, just material to the questions I was asking about the high-level nature of the document. Could I ask the operator to expand, for example, 5.1? Oh, sorry, 5.2. Now, a key priority action there is to ensure mental health screening and assessments meets, requires, and are valuable to individuals. How is the latter proper part of that action item ensuring that a screening process is valuable to individuals able to be measured?
I think that is one of the challenges that we have, is having outcome-based recommendations rather than action recommendations. And if we do not have outcome-based recommendations, then we can't find ways of measuring them.
And would you accept that characterisation, that is, this document defines action-based recommendations rather than outcome-based recommendation, applies really across the board in terms of the action plan?
I think that's true, yes.
and you would accept then that that is a deficiency in the action plan in terms of actually being able to achieve outcomes in relation to areas of identified risk.
I think that's true, but I think this is also incredibly difficult work, and to try and we have found it very difficult to be able to quantify what sort of improvements we would like to see.
Well, let me take you to another example then, please, Air Marshal. If you go to, please, Operator 4.1, ensure Air Force clinical care needs are met with no barriers to access. What is the challenge to identifying an outcome-based measure to address an issue such as barrier to access?
So we, for example, do track how health services are provided to Air Force people. It varies by location and it varies by service that is provided. But we do know, for example, that there are long wait times, that there are some places where aviators work that don't have access to specialist services. And those are examples where perhaps we could have a quantitative measure of where those services have been provided rather than just a statement that we would like to see no barriers.
So then it's not just the case that you can't identify outcome-based measures, it's just that it hasn't been done in this table, or indeed in this action plan that embeds Air Force's approach to mental health and wellbeing.
It is true to say that we could do a better job measuring the performance of our organisation and understanding how well these initiatives are improving the health and wellbeing of our people.
And again, I come back to that language you use in your statement about triaging. This action plan is really consistent with a triage approach to mental health and wellbeing, isn't it, Air Marshal?
I think the initiatives that you're seeing in this action plan are trying to drive at preventative measures. And it is inherently difficult for us to measure the performance of preventative measures because there's an absence of data if you're successful in preventing an outcome from occurring.
Well, I think just in the context of 4.1, you put forward at least 2 outcome-based measures that could be used to measure that. So that's not entirely the case, is it?
I'm not disputing that this is an area that we can improve.
Okay. Now, Commissioners, I'm going to... no, actually, I'm not. I've got a few more questions. This policy came to an end, as I understand it, Air Marshal, in 2023. Where is Defence mental health and wellbeing policy at now? What has replaced this document?
We are waiting to see the ADF or the Defence Mental Health and Wellbeing strategic plan, and then we will nest it underneath.
And when do you anticipate that will take place?
I don't know.
Okay. I am now going to move to a different topic, Commissioners. I'm just conscious of the time. Is it a convenient moment now to adjourn?
Yeah, we can do, if it's a convenient spot to pause.
It certainly is from my perspective.
Okay, we'll adjourn for lunch then.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide will adjourn to 1:15. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now resumed. Please be seated.
Thank you, Ms Longbottom.
Thank you, Commissioner Caldas. Air Marshal, you recall before lunch we had a couple of exchanges about the Defence Committee system. You recall that?
Yes.
And I asked you a number of questions about your view about the effectiveness of that system. Do you recall that?
Yes, Council.
I would characterise your evidence as being to give a positive view about the effectiveness of the operation of that system. Would you agree with that characterisation?
Council, I think we can always improve our effectiveness, but I think overall it has an integrating effect across our organisation.
Focusing then particularly on those areas of improvement, are you aware of the proximity report into the Defence Committee structure?
I am, yes.
When did you first become aware of that?
In preparation for the Royal Commission hearing.
So just recently?
Yes.
I want to take you to that document. Operator, could you please display DEF.1330.0003.0561? While that's coming up, given that this is a document that goes to the effectiveness of an enterprise system of which you are an integral part, would you expect that that report to have been drawn to your attention?
It would have been useful to be part of a discussion about the Defence Committee structure, yes.
Now, can I ask the operator to please turn to .0563 of that document? You will see there that there are a number of observations about the Enterprise Committee system. I want to take you through a number of them to get your view. Do you agree that the Enterprise Committee structure lacks a strategic function?
I don't know the context in which that statement is made.
Well, let me put it in a particular context. I want you to focus on the health and well-being of members. Would you agree that the enterprise committees lack a strategic function with respect to that topic?
With respect to that particular topic?
Yes.
Yes.
So your answer is yes, you agree with that. Again, focusing on that particular topic, do you agree that enterprise committees lack a risk function collectively?
Again, when it comes specifically to health and well-being, yes.
And independently?
Yes.
Again, all of these questions are directed to that particular topic. Do you agree that enterprise committees are not efficient or effective decision-making forums?
In relation to that specific topic, yes.
Do you agree that enterprise committees are failing to take an enterprise view of that particular topic?
I'm not sure I do agree. I think the enterprise committees take a view of culture in the organisation, and that is explicitly to address health and well-being in the longer term.
So let's exclude culture. Let's focus, for example, on mental health and well-being specific strategies. Is your answer to that question yes or no?
No, I think our enterprise committees do take a view on health and well-being.
Now, the next criticism, and again, focused on that topic, is that there is a lack of follow-through of accountability for decisions or outcomes. Do you agree with that characterisation?
Sorry, can you point that out to me?
It's item number 6.
Yes, in relation to that topic.
Item number 7, there is a general lack of post-committee communication. Do you agree with that in relation to that topic?
I think the committees are now quite disciplined in keeping minutes. So I think there is post-committee communication. It can be improved.
When you express a positive view about post-committee communication, is that confined to minutes?
No, for example, after a committee, I will, on a weekly basis, at a CAF weekly meeting, share the major outcomes and decisions that were taken at enterprise committees with my leadership group. And so that is an example of positive communication following the committees.
If I can take you to item 8, do you accept that committee papers in relation to the particular topic we're engaging in are often undercooked?
Can you please explain to me what you mean by undercooked?
Incomplete, do not give enough information.
I think like any situation, we have papers that are of variable quality. Some are exceptional. There are some, though, that would be undercooked.
And does that comment apply particularly with respect to committee papers focusing on the topic of mental health and wellbeing?
I think the committee papers that we see that focus on mental health and wellbeing reflect more general issues that we have on understanding and collecting data on those challenges.
So there is not a degree of specificity that might be desired.
We could certainly do better, yes.
Can I take you to proposition number 10? Defence's technology does not adequately support effective committee business with respect to that topic. Do you agree with that proposition?
No, I don't agree with that proposition. I'm not suggesting that, again, technology couldn't improve the way committees function, but it is not an impediment to the way they function today.
In relation to that technology, am I correct to understand that the principal technology initiative that would best assist effective committee business with respect to mental health and wellbeing includes CASE?
That is certainly a module that is coming in with ERP that we see as being very useful in helping us understand our workforce.
That module is some 4 years in awaiting to arrive, isn't it?
That's correct.
Would you agree that the delay in that module arriving has a negative effect on the effectiveness of committee business?
To the extent that we would have benefited from the knowledge and the data that it would have accumulated, yes.
Now, the proximity report made some specific recommendations with respect to COSC. I might just take you to that. Operator, can you please turn to .0583? And if you could please highlight the first paragraph under Chiefs of Service Committee to be removed from the Enterprise Committee structure. Now, Air Marshal, the report characterised COSC as operating principally as an advisory board rather than performing an Enterprise Committee function. Do you agree with that characterisation?
No, I don't.
Why not?
Because decisions are taken at costs which are meaningful outcomes for the Australian Defence Force.
Can you give me a specific example of that in the context of mental health and wellbeing? COSC
approved the doctrine that I spoke about earlier on things like culture and character and leadership and command. COSC approved that culture, that doctrine suite, the philosophical doctrine, and that is all about improving our leadership performance and the performance of our organisation to get towards psychosocial issues in a preventative way.
And what is the intersection between COSC in that respect and the other Tier 1 and Tier 2 decision-making bodies?
I would characterise COSC as relating specifically to the functioning of the Australian Defence Force.
So to use that example of that values document, is that then just briefed up to the CDF, or does that go to another Tier 1 or Tier 2 committee for ultimate approval?
The Secretary sits on COSC, but for the purposes of that doctrine, that supports the CDF's command of the Australian Defence Force.
The proximity report recommended that COSC be removed from the Enterprise Committee structure. Do I take it from the evidence you've just given that you don't agree with that recommendation?
I think from a service chief's perspective, COSC is a very valuable forum.
And focusing particularly on the Enterprise Committee function it performs, is there anything you would add to your earlier evidence about why it should be retained?
No.
Okay. I want to shift topics now to culture and setting culture. Air Marshal, culture is something you talk about in some depth in your statement, that's correct?
That's correct.
Would it be fair to say, in your view, culture is a multifaceted concept that can be difficult to define?
I think, on the contrary, I'd offer a very simple definition that it is the values and beliefs and behaviours that characterise a group.
Can I ask you then, if the operator could please display ROC.0001.001.001 and turn to .0018 at paragraph 92. You refer there to the absence of a specific definition of culture. What were you intending to convey by that?
Just that there are different interpretations of what culture means. I think we have clarified that now in our philosophical doctrine, which specifically has a version on or a volume on culture.
So you would accept that culture more broadly can be an amorphous concept?
It is certainly the case that people can interpret it in different ways, yes.
But it is one that Defence has given a specific definition to?
Yes.
Okay. And would you accept that in a military context, culture can have a service-specific lens?
Yes.
Can you give an example of a respect in which Air Force culture may differ from Army or Navy culture?
So we would all ascribe to a common set of values and behaviours that are described across Defence as an organisation. They are not unique to any specific service or group within Defence as an organisation. But for example, I would describe something that is unique about Air Force as being air-mindedness, and that is the ability to understand air power and to be able to apply air power to best effect.
So while, as you've just indicated, culture might have a service-specific lens, you would accept that poor culture, and particularly unacceptable behaviour, is universal?
Sorry, what do you mean by that?
It's a problem that can exist within all forms of culture.
I think it is true to say that unacceptable behaviour and lapses in culture can exist even as a positive culture exists within an organisation, yes.
Now, unacceptable behaviour is a military justice issue on the one part. You'd accept that?
Yes.
But beyond that, unacceptable behaviour can cause harm to members. You'd agree with that?
Absolutely.
Unacceptable behaviour is, you would agree, a psychosocial risk within Defence?
Yes.
And indeed, I think you outlined this in your statement, unacceptable behaviour is reflected in unacceptable high rates of suicide amongst veterans. You'd agree with that?
Yes.
Now, as you also outline in your statement, command and culture are inextricably linked. That's correct?
That's correct.
Those in command are responsible for setting the tone for their respective units in terms of culture. You'd agree with that?
Yes.
But they're also responsible for monitoring culture.
Yes.
And by extension, as Chief of Air Force, you are ultimately accountable for the culture within the Air Force.
Yes.
Now, At an enterprise level, policy with respect to culture was, until 2022, documented by the Pathway to Change document. You're familiar with that?
Yes.
And that document went through a number of emanations. But would you agree that in broad terms, it identified a series of cultural reform priorities?
Yes.
Those cultural reform priorities were aimed at renewing Defence's commitment to its core values.
Yes.
Another objective of Pathway to Change was to build trust between Defence and its members,
Yes.
and also to build trust between Defence and the Australian community more broadly.
Yes.
Now, I would like to get an understanding of how the Enterprise Committee structure deals with the issue of culture. And I might, in that respect, take you back to the table we examined before lunch. Operator, can you please go to DEF.9.0132.0068? And if you could turn, please, to .0074. If you could focus, Air Marshal, particularly on those Tier 1 and Tier 2 committees, in your view, where does the principal responsibility for making policy decisions with respect to culture lie?
I can't talk to the Tier 1 committee. I'm not a member of the Defence Committee. Of the Tier 2 committees, I would say the principal committee with policy responsibility for culture is the Enterprise Business Committee.
Okay. You are a member of the Enterprise
That's correct.
Business Committee. In the context of your membership of that committee, are you aware of the Enterprise Business Committee escalating up to the Defence Committee policy issues with respect to culture?
I'm not aware that that's occurred in my tenure.
Okay. Focusing then on monitoring implementation, which of those committees do you consider has principal responsibility for that task?
I think we see the monitoring of performance both at Enterprise Business Committee and COSC. I don't think either has a primary responsibility for that.
And what is the interaction between COSC and the Enterprise Business Committee in terms of monitoring the implementation of policy to do with culture?
COSC would consider the ADF uniquely. The Enterprise Business Committee would consider defence more broadly to include the ADF component.
And ought we expect that COSC would communicate its service-specific implementation observations through to the Enterprise Business Committee?
Yes.
Okay. Now, coming back to Pathway to Change, are you aware that in 2023 an entity called the Nous Group undertook a review of that policy?
Yes, I am.
When did you first become aware of that review?
I don't recall specifically, but I recall reading it last year.
Okay. So you are aware that one of the objects of that review was to measure whether the policy had affected positive cultural change?
Yes.
Now, I'll come back to the specific findings in the review in a moment, but I want to talk to you about data in assessing culture within Defence. This is a matter you talk about in your statement. One aspect of data you identify for monitoring culture is military justice audits. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Another is data emerging from the Air Force Snapshot program.
That's correct.
Now, in terms of the Air Force Snapshot program, would you accept that those snapshot surveys have some limitations? And if it would assist, I can give you a specific example of this.
It would assist, please.
So, snapshot surveys have a confined definition of unacceptable behaviour. It does not include, for example, any form of sexual misconduct, discrimination or abuse of power. Were you aware of that?
I was not, no.
Okay. You would accept then, though, given those limitations, there are limitations in the utility of that as a data tool.
I think Snapshot is a very useful source of workforce intelligence for us, but it is designed to operate as part of our generative safety system. It is administered by the Defence Safety, Directorate of Defence Safety. So it's not designed as a workforce intelligence tool for monitoring unacceptable behaviour, but it is extending so that we can get greater understanding of hazards and risks that exist within our workforce.
So it is a tool, but one that has limitations.
Yes.
Now, in August 2023, shortly before the NAUS review was delivered, enterprise level data was produced in the form of what's called a Pathway to Change Monitoring and Evaluation Dashboard. Are you familiar with that document?
I'm not familiar with that document, no.
I might just ask the operator to display it. It's DEF.1269.0003.0012. So am I right to understand, Air Marshal, that before you've come to give evidence, this is not a document that you were aware of?
That's correct.
Does that give you, sorry, I'll just take you through this document. So I'll just take you, in broad terms, this dashboard is a tool for assessing culture against various items in the Pathway to Change policy document. I might ask the operator to go in that respect to .0012. Sorry, 0014, sorry, operator.
Excuse me, I have seen this document as part of the tender bundle.
Okay, but your awareness of it was confined to preparing to come to give evidence before the
That's correct.
Not before. So you will see there it provides a snapshot of areas of risk and areas of positive performance with respect to culture as defined in the Pathway to Change document.
Yes.
Coming back to this topic of accountability and your ultimate accountability with respect to culture, is it of concern to you that a document such as this was not brought to your attention?
It is one of the concerns that I've noted, that we have a challenge aggregating all sources of information to get an accurate and comprehensive understanding of our workforce. Yes.
But this is a form of data to give you that understanding, you'd accept?
Yes.
And in fact, it is a particularly valuable form of that information because it measures success against the principal defence document with respect to culture. You'd agree with that?
I would agree with that.
You spoke earlier about not having to lean in to mental health and well-being because you have confidence in those below you in the chain of command. Can I suggest, though, this is an example of a breakdown in that hierarchy, in that a useful form of data about a matter that is for which you're ultimately accountable is not being brought to your attention?
It is. If I can offer context, we have been developing the next evolution of Pathway to Change, the Defence Cultural Blueprint, and I do know that the learnings from Pathway to Change have been incorporated into the development of the Defence Cultural Blueprint, and my focus has been on making sure that the Defence Cultural Blueprint is ready for our workforce and that we're ready to roll it out.
But how can you make properly informed decisions about the Defence Cultural Blueprint when you don't have all the data in front of you about how the previous policy, what the previous policy was showing?
Because I know that the people that are developing the Defence Cultural Blueprint are doing that cognizant of the lessons from the Pathway to Change.
So am I right to understand your evidence to be that you are not concerned by the fact that, for example, it wasn't brought to your attention that health, wellness and safety recorded a decrease since 2017 against Pathway to Change?
No, I think that is information that is useful to know.
and it's information that ought to have been drawn to your attention?
Yes.
Now, we have been told that this document is at an enterprise level. We understand that it was offered at a service-specific level for entities such as the Air Force. So far as we're aware, a request was not made for that service-specific report. Are you aware of that?
No.
Using that concept we spoke about earlier about professional curiosity, is it a cause for concern to you that those under your command didn't lean into this issue and seek that service-specific data that might have assisted in identifying issues of culture within the Air Force?
I don't know that the witness has accepted that he knows what they did or didn't do.
Okay, can I ask you to act on that hypothesis? So can you assume for the purposes of my question that no one asked for a Air Force tailored report? So assume that, please.
Okay.
On that assumption, would you agree that that is a failure by those under your command to demonstrate professional curiosity?
I think it's another source of information that could have satisfied their professional curiosity, but they are getting regular reports both from your say and from the snapshot survey that are giving them a good sense for how our culture is performing in Air Force.
But as we've just discussed, Snapshot doesn't capture things like sexual misconduct, discrimination, or abuse of power. How can that be giving them a good sense if it has those limitations?
Because it's not the only source of information that they rely on. And when we talk about data, it is at this stage, and I think I use the term ad hoc, the process of bringing together different sources of information to build a comprehensive workforce intelligence picture does take, it is a manpower or a workforce intensive problem. It is not automated. And it is one thing that we are advocating for is a greater automation of those functions to improve our access and understanding of our workforce.
Would you accept, though, that Air Marshal, that if there is a source of data that is readily available and could be provided to those in your command, professional curiosity would dictate that one would ask for that?
Yes, I accept that, but I don't know in this specific context whether this report would have given them anything that they didn't already know.
Can I take you then, please, Air Marshal, to the NAUS review? Operator, can you please display DEF.1356.0001.1038? Now, you're aware, Air Marshal, that it made a number of critiques about pathway to change as a policy. I'm just going to take you to a few of those to give you an opportunity to comment. Operator, can you please turn to .1051? And can you please highlight the first, the paragraphs under 3.2? I'll give you an opportunity to read that. Air Marshal, the NAUS review found that the cultural intent and priorities in that policy were aspirational. Do you agree with that characterisation?
Yes.
The Nous review found that the consequence of that is that there is an absence of a clear basis to measure outcomes and to monitor progress. Do you agree with that characterisation?
Yes.
If the operator could then please turn to dot 1043 and expand the row dealing with effectiveness. Now, the Nous review found that the second iteration of pathway to change involved a devolved implementation model. You'd agree with that characterisation?
Yes.
Its criticism was that this meant that accountabilities were unclear. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
It also said as a result of this that it is difficult to attribute activity to the program. Do you agree with that?
No,
Why not?
because, for example, within Air Force, we had a culture strategy, New Horizon, which sat under Pathway to Change and talked about how we were delivering cultural outcomes across Air Force. And to that extent, and I think that's very important that we had an Air Force approach to culture, because we have to find a way of taking policy in Canberra and delivering it to outcomes across our workforce at every level, at every place, at all the time. That's absolutely essential. And so services have to be able to deliver on policy outcomes.
And so you're talking there about the necessity to have that service-specific lens as part of decentralised execution.
That's correct.
But would you accept that it remains necessary for that service-specific execution to be married up to the overarching policy?
Yes.
And in that respect, it is necessary to attribute service-specific activities to the overarching policy.
Yes, I agree. And I think that is one of the learnings of the 2017 to 22 Pathway to Change that has been incorporated into the Defence Cultural Blueprint.
And I'll come to the cultural blueprint in a moment, but do I take it then that on the basis of the exchange we've just had, you accept that that criticism about attributing activity to the program is a fair one?
Sorry, can you repeat the criticism?
So the first question I asked you was, do you agree with the Nous review characterisation that it's difficult to attribute activity to the program?
Yes.
At first you said no, and then we had an exchange about the importance of a service-specific lens. And I understood your answer to be that you agreed that there was a difficulty in attributing service-specific activities to the Pathway to Change policy. Have I understood that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
So accepting that then, you would agree with the criticism in the Nous report that it is difficult to attribute activity to the program?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I then want to take you to the recommendations emerging out of the Nous review. If the operator can please turn to point 1083. And just expand that paragraph. Now, one of the recommendations was that there be a simplified means of measurement and reporting, specifically that effective measurement requires the question being asked, what change are we expecting to see? Do you agree that that is a necessary approach to Defence monitoring the effectiveness of its policies to do with culture?
Absolutely, and I think that the terminology I used earlier this morning was an outcome-based recommendation, not an action recommendation. I absolutely agree with that point.
And could you give the commissioners the benefit of your insights as to the challenges, if any, you see in identifying those outcome-based measures for culture?
So I think there are negative measures, actions that we will observe in our workforce where, for example, incidents of unacceptable behaviour, where you could say that a decrease in incidents of unacceptable behaviour is an indicator of strong positive culture. Can I?
Yes, of course.
Where it is more challenging though for us is where you try to put in place preventative measures that are successful and therefore don't lead to a negative outcome. And those are more challenging for us to measure.
I'm going to come back to the unacceptable behaviour question in a moment, but can you expand on some specific challenges in terms of outcomes for preventative measures?
I see positive culture that is strong in our workplaces and ubiquitous in our workplaces as a very strong preventative measure. But being able to understand that in the absence of negative things occurring that you can measure against is difficult. Understanding what is a weak culture versus a strong culture that exists within an organisation, we need to find the measurement for that.
Now, in terms of the metric of unacceptable behaviour, is it intended that that will be reported and substantiated complaints of unacceptable behaviour? How will you monitor that?
There are some forms of unacceptable behaviour that are chronically underreported, and this is not unique to Defence. It's a social issue for Australia. We know that sexual misconduct is one of those that is chronically underreported, and so it's not enough for us to rely on complaints of unacceptable behaviour, such as sexual misconduct. Looking at survey data that is anonymised gives us an opportunity to understand the prevalence of that behaviour, even if we don't see it in specific reports of unacceptable behaviour.
Now, I just want to take you to that evidence you gave about underreporting being sort of a Australian-wide issue. If the operator could please turn to dot 1069 of that document. And expand the second paragraph under 6.5. Accepting that underreporting is an issue that is faced more broadly than Defence, certainly the data you do have tells you that trust in your complaint system, particularly amongst women, is declining. Are you cognizant of that?
Yes.
What do you consider the factors related to that to be?
I think where there are two dimensions to it, that where individuals raise their concerns about unacceptable behaviour, raise a complaint of unacceptable behaviour, they expect to see an outcome. And then in order for them to understand what the outcome is, it has to be communicated effectively to them.
And where do you see the particular issue being within Defence? Effective communication, or what aspect of that system do you think is
I think in particular the communication of outcomes, but there's room for us to improve in the administration of unacceptable behaviour as well.
At the time of making your statement to the Commission in February 2024, the Defence Cultural Blueprint had recently been released. And you've touched upon this before. Air Force is now developing its own cultural priority plans to align with the language and framing of the Defence Cultural Blueprint. Can you give the Commissioners an overview of the intersection between the service-specific and defence enterprise work about the Cultural Blueprint?
At the moment, the Defence Cultural Blueprint hasn't changed the culture that we seek in defence. We still talk about the same values and behaviours, but what we are trying to do is change the framing of the way in which we talk about culture, and the Defence Cultural Blueprint gives us an opportunity to do that. And in particular, it places an emphasis on us as an integrated organisation. And I think in the past where services have taken, for example, Pathway to Change and had an own service document like New Horizon or like our Air Force, Our Culture, what we're now trying to do is, I'll use the term nest again, but stay very tightly aligned to the Defence Cultural Blueprint in our conversations about culture in Air Force.
And how are you ensuring, as part of that nesting approach, that there is integration between service and defence to avoid the criticisms of the NAUS review?
Those conversations occur in the committee structure at the Defence People Committee, and then there are working level discussions that support them.
So the Defence People Committee is the highest level where those discussions occur?
We have had discussions about the Defence Cultural Blueprint at COSC and at the Enterprise Business Committee. It hasn't yet been, it's not mature enough, it hasn't existed in our organisation long enough for us to have reporting against it.
Now, I'm going to come to the draft action plan in a moment, but before I do, I just want to take you to one last part of the NAUS review. Operator, can you please turn to .1063? And highlight the paragraph under Senior Leader Accountability. Were you aware of that finding before I've just taken you to it?
I was aware of it as a result of preparations for the Royal Commission, yes.
So not before you came to prepare for evidence today?
That's correct.
That aspect of the NAUS review finds that there is, across defence, a decline in perceptions of senior leadership accountability. You'd accept that?
Yes.
But the issue between 2017 and 2022 is particularly prevalent within the Air Force. You would accept that?
We certainly have had the most significant decline, yes.
Is it concerning to you that you were not aware of that before you came to prepare to give evidence today?
I was aware more generally that there are lower perceptions of leadership performance, but I hadn't read it through the NAUS review.
What steps are senior leadership within Defence taking to rectify that declining confidence in senior leadership accountability?
There are perceptions of senior leadership accountability that we are seeking to address here, and my focus, internal to Air Force, has been finding ways to improve my communication with the aviator workforce. It's not just how we communicate, but the means by which we communicate with the aviator workforce. I try to be more transparent about the things that I am prioritising and the challenges that I'm facing in Canberra. But I'm also conscious that there are a range of external factors that are occurring at the moment that have an impact on our aviator workforce's perceptions of senior leadership.
Now, I'll come to those external factors in a moment, but I don't think you answered the question I asked of you, and that is, was it of concern for you to learn that there had been a declining perception of confidence in senior leadership accountability?
I was aware of that. This reinforced a concern that I already had.
So you are concerned about
Yes,
that as an issue?
of course.
Okay. Now, in terms of those external factors that you've identified, can you give commissioners an overview of what they are?
I think the criticism we see of defence leadership through things like the Afghan inquiry, the Royal Commission itself, criticism that reflects our performance as leaders to our government's expectations, all of those swell to create impressions and perceptions in our workforce.
Now, moving on to the action plan, am I right to understand that at this stage at least a draft action plan has been created?
There is a draft action plan, yes.
I'm going to take you to it. While I am, sorry, operator, can you please display DEF.1356.0001.0058? Can you give commissioners an overview of what needs to happen between now and when that draft is enacted?
I am not familiar with the draft plan. It has not come to me yet for consideration.
When do you expect it to come to you for consideration?
We are hoping to release the Air Force Defence Cultural Blueprint in the first half of this year, the second quarter of this year.
So, some point between now and the end of June.
That's correct.
What committees or individuals within Air Force have carriage of the work with respect to the Defence Culture Blueprint program?
The work has been led by the Deputy Chief of Air Force.
And are there any specific units or working groups at an Air Force level that are involved in that work?
He would be well supported by the Adaptive Culture team within Air Force Headquarters.
And are you receiving ongoing structured briefings about their work?
Not structured briefings, but we have frequent conversations about that work.
Okay. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions then about the draft action plan, but if you're not in a position to answer them, please tell me. Operator, please turn to .0059. Reference is made there to consultation with different stakeholders as part of creating the plan. Are you aware why that was done?
Sorry, can you point me to that reference?
So you'll see there it says between April and July 2023, the culture team consulted with various acronyms are given and the broader workforce during face-to-face sessions at Amberley, Canberra, Edinburgh and Williamtown to gather information on what aviators want for culture-focused activities. Do you know the purpose of that work in terms of developing this document?
Certainly. So the acronyms, if I can go through them, the Senior Leadership Team, the Senior Enlisted Leadership Team, Commanding Officers and Officers Commanding. The reason we are trying to do that is because we want to make sure we have a conversation about culture in Air Force that resonates strongly with our aviators, again, at all levels in the organisation.
And have you been consulted as part of that process?
Not in a formal, structured way, but we have had very clear conversations, and I have provided, in consultation with the Warrant Office of the Air Force, my priorities around how we will implement the Defence Cultural Blueprint in Air Force.
If I could ask the operator then to please turn to .0062. Just take a moment to read that, Air Marshal. You'll see that it identifies that the framework consists of 6 components centred on defence values and behaviours, but Air Force's initial focus will be on 3. They are leadership, identity and connection. says 3, perhaps it's 4. Can you give insights into whether it's 3 or 4?
It's 3, leadership, identity and connection to deliver on defence values and behaviour.
I see, so that's how that should be read. Do you have any insight as to why those particular 3 components were identified in the draft plan?
Yes, because I was central to deciding on those 3 with the Warrant Office of the Air Force. And the reason we chose those 3 is because we are adopting an integrated cultural framework. But we wanted to be able to have a conversation with our aviators, both within the Air Force Group and aviators that are working outside Air Force Group, what it means to be an Air Force. Because we think that there is something special and something unique which our aviators sign up to when they join the Royal Australian Air Force. And it is a source of pride that they serve in the Royal Australian Air Force. That's the identity piece.
Yes.
The connection piece is that we understand that we can't deliver our business as a siloed team, that we rely on other parts of the organisation, and indeed even within Air Force we rely on other teams and work groups to be able to bring air power in an integrated force. And so having a focus on connections and how we build those connections across teams is really important. And then leadership is the one that I think is the most important, because if I want to make sure that this culture reaches all aviators in all workplaces at all times, then it has to be through leadership networks. And we spoke this morning about how that's not just me talking about culture or the Warrant Office of the Air Force talking about culture when we stand up in Canberra or when we visit our bases. It has to be a conversation that happens in workplaces, around coffee tables, between senior NCOs and our junior workforce.
Can I take you then to the specific actions that are proposed with respect to leadership? Operator, can you please go to .0067? While that's coming up, you made the distinction earlier, Air Marshal, about the difference between actions and outcome-based performance measures. You recall that?
Yes.
I recall the effect of your evidence to be that you consider outcome-based performance measures are superior to monitor effectiveness.
Yes.
Am I right to understand that this action plan does not have outcome-based measures, instead it maintains the actions model?
I think that's true. We have more work to do on this draft.
So you would accept then, Air Marshal, that it is incumbent on Air Force to ensure the effectiveness of this action plan, that it shift focus from actions to outcome-based performance measures?
Just before that's answered, there are several pages before it dealing with similar things in relation to actions. Now, the answer may well be the same, but the witness, in fairness, ought to be shown those.
Certainly. If the operator could please give the Air Marshal an opportunity to go from .0063 slowly, please, through to .0070.
Council, I do concede the point that one of our learnings is that we should have outcomes-based KPIs for our activities for the ways in which we're implementing the Defence Cultural Blueprint.
In the word of the Nous review, you need to identify the change you want to see.
Correct.
And take an opportunity if you need to, but would you accept that that's a deficiency in this document? It's not identifying the change you want to see.
There are examples where that statement is true. There are other examples that are more precise.
Can you give me a specific example of an outcome-based measure within this document?
Can we go back, please, to the first page in this table?
Yes.
So I would argue that the first action item there is an outcome-based action.
So message on Air Force culture. Is that it? Can you
So
explain to me what?
The Chief of Air Force and the Warrant Officer of the Air Force present an Air Force perspective on priorities for culture. That would be an example where we could measure that has occurred through an outcome.
But that's not measuring the change you want to see, is it?
No, that's correct.
Okay. Focusing then particularly on that, when I say outcome-based measures, I am using it in the sense of the change you want to see. Where in that document are there these such outcome-based measures?
Without going through all line items in the draft, I concede to you that there's more work to be done.
Okay. Now, I just want to go back to the issue of leadership. So if the operator could please turn to .0067. Now, we had the exchange before about the NAUS review, and I understand you to accept that the perception of accountability of senior leadership within Air Force is negative, not where it should be. Can you explain to commissioners how the items here in this table are directed to addressing that?
There's no specific action that's been identified in this draft that goes to leadership accountability.
You agree that's a problem?
It's something that we can address before it's published, yes.
It's something that must be addressed.
Yes.
Now, another matter that we've discussed that emerged from the NAUS review is that trust in the complaint system has declined, particularly for women in the Australian Defence Force. Now, are you aware of other reports that go to that issue, such as the Women in the ADF 10 Years in Review report?
Yes, I am aware of that report.
That report found that over the last decade, women have consistently experienced a less safe work environment than men.
That's true, yes.
You would accept that that is an issue that Air Force must be proactive in addressing?
Yes, I agree.
Can you tell me, is that issue being addressed in this plan, and if so, where?
As I mentioned before, I have not seen the plan yet, so I'm not specifically sure where it is addressed in that plan.
Well, I won't ask you to come back today, but if you could take it on notice, if there is anywhere in this plan where you think that issue is addressed, if you could communicate that through to the Commission, we would be grateful. Now, focusing then particularly on unacceptable behaviour, just during the course of your tenure, do you have a view about whether or not rates of unacceptable behaviour have been static within Defence?
Yes, I think we, through our survey data, see that the rates of unacceptable behaviour are static.
Now, in your statement, you've identified that the military justice system is the primary means by which unacceptable behaviour is addressed. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
I think you're also frank in acknowledging that there are some respects in which the military justice system could be improved. Is that a fair characterisation?
Yes.
But would you accept that unacceptable behaviour is not just an issue for the military justice system? In particular, it's an issue for Command?
Command use the military justice system to address unacceptable behaviour. So it is absolutely an issue for Command, but they use the military justice system to address unacceptable behaviour.
Can I suggest this to you, Air Marshal? It is incumbent on Command to combat unacceptable behaviour through good leadership.
Absolutely agree.
And there are a number of aspects to that. One is setting a culture to discourage unacceptable behaviour before it occurs.
Yes, I agree.
But equally, where it has been found that there are issues of unacceptable behaviour, it is incumbent on commanders to show leadership by, first of all, avoiding the temptation to defend defence?
They need to forthrightly address unacceptable behaviour.
And that requires commanders to acknowledge the problem exists. You'd agree with that?
Yes,
It requires leaders to be proactive about addressing those issues. You agree with that?
yes,
And it requires commanders and leaders to deal with victims in a trauma-informed way to avoid causing them more harm.
yes, that's correct.
Now, I want to examine those issues with you through the prism of the evidence of Dr. Nikki Coleman. Now, Air Marshal, are you aware of the evidence that Dr. Coleman gave before this Royal Commission in August of last year?
Yes, I am.
Now, that evidence concerned her substantiated complaint of unacceptable behaviour during her time as a chaplain in the Air Force chaplaincy branch. You're aware of that?
Yes,
And how that complaint was handled by Defence and in particular the Air Force. You're aware of that?
I am aware of that, yes.
Now, those events took place across a number of years, commencing in about 2019. You're aware of that?
Yes,
And it culminated in Dr. Coleman leaving the Air Force in 2023.
That's
You're aware of that? Now, are you also aware that the manner in which Dr. Coleman was treated by Defence through that process had a dreadful impact on her mental health?
I am very aware that it had a dreadful impact on her mental health.
Now, Air Marshal, Dr. Coleman is a chaplain. You would accept that chaplains play an integral role in the health and well-being of members of the Defence Force, including the Air Force?
I think our chaplains save lives every day, Council, when they get involved in individual welfare boards and provide support to our personnel. They do a phenomenal job and they are saving lives every day, yes.
So you've just identified individual welfare boards. They're involved in pastoral care as well.
That's correct.
But chaplains also play a role in setting policy with respect to mental health and wellbeing within the Air Force. You'd agree with that?
They provide an advisory role there, yes.
So, for example, there are a number of chaplains that sit on the Air Force Mental Health and Wellbeing Group within Defence. You agree with that?
I'm not specifically aware of who's representing on the wellbeing group, but yes, I'm aware that there are chaplains represented.
I can take you to if it's necessary, but the NTG DEF 199 document at .0123 identifies a number of chaplains being on that particular group. You don't cavil with that as a proposition?
No.
Now, given the primacy of involvement of chaplains in the mental health and wellbeing of members, would you agree that they must demonstrate the best of Defence values and behaviours?
Yes,
That particularly includes that Defence value of respect. Do you agree with that?
I agree.
And that requires them to demonstrate humanity of character. You agree with that?
I think that would go towards respect, yes.
This comes from the Defence values and behaviours articulation. So I take it you don't cavil with that as it's described there? No. Well, I'll suggest to you that it connotes acting with humanity of character, to value others and treat them with dignity. You agree with that?
I agree.
And accepting that is how it is described, that it is of utmost importance that chaplains demonstrate those values.
I agree.
Now, would you accept, Air Marshal, that the account given by Dr. Coleman of her experiences, but also the findings made by the inquiry officer report into the Air Force chaplaincy branch that followed, are reflective of a failure of that branch to adhere to those values?
Yes, I completely agree. As much as chaplains provide a wonderful service to our aviators, there were deep-rooted cultural challenges that existed within chaplaincy branch that we are seeking to address as a result of the chaplaincy review.
Now, I want to take you to a couple of those. I'm going to take you to the inquiry officer report. Operator, can you please display DEF.1203.0002.7314? While that's coming up, Air Marshal, when did you first become aware of this document?
In my handover takeover with the previous incumbent,
So that was around June, July of 2022.
22. That's right.
Operator, can you please turn then, well, sorry, I'll just ask one more question. Why was this document brought to your attention?
Because it was a significant cultural issue that affected Air Force.
Now, operator, can you please turn to dot 7321 and expand paragraph 24? The report found inappropriate behaviour within the Air Force chaplaincy branch being apparently condoned. You'd agree with that?
Condoned internally within chaplaincy branch.
Why do you seek to make that distinction?
Because the report was specifically looking at chaplaincy branch, and there was an unhealthy mix of theological beliefs, of a view that things that happen between chaplains should stay within chaplains. Both of those created conditions for an unhealthy culture to develop within chaplaincy branch, and that had very significant impacts on the welfare of some of our chaplains.
And I think you've just touched on it now. One of those things this report found is there was a conflict between faith-based values of chaplains within that branch and the requirements of a modern defence force. You would agree with that?
I absolutely agree with that. I would say that most chaplains would say that their faith-based values aren't in conflict with defence values, but we did find chaplains that from certain theological schools that had concerns with female chaplains or LGBTIQA chaplains. And so those beliefs that they bring as chaplains into our organisation did intersect unevenly with our defence values.
Let's take you to exactly what the report found. It was found that unacceptable or undesirable behaviour or comments falling short of unacceptable behaviour. I suggest to you that the conduct captured by that sentence encompasses unacceptable views about minority groups, women's, LGBTQI plus persons. You agree with that?
Absolutely.
That's the character of behaviour. So it found that that behaviour was excused where they were associated with views supported by a chaplain's faith group.
And that was wrong.
Yes. So you were given this briefing in July of 2022. What steps did you take following that briefing?
This review brought to light and made a series of recommendations, 178 findings, 62 recommendations, that put in place an action plan to address those recommendations. And so the remediation of our chaplaincy branch was being administered as a result of the chaplaincy review, this report.
And at the time of your handover, were you specifically told about Dr. Coleman's circumstances?
Not from the Deputy Chief of Air Force as part of the chaplaincy review, but I was aware that she was one of Air Force aviators that were experiencing significant trauma. Yes.
And did you take any steps either then or subsequently to meet with Dr. Coleman in person and talk through her experiences?
No, I did not.
Now, on 4 March this year, a little over a week before you've come to give evidence, you issued an apology letter to Dr. Coleman. That's correct?
That's correct.
Operator, please display NCA.000.0001.0102. Now, Air Marshal, that apology touches upon Dr. Coleman's treatment by the Air Force more generally. You'd agree with that?
Yes.
but it also touches on your specific actions that you acknowledge may have had an adverse impact on her well-being. You agree with that?
That's correct.
Now, is there a reason why you waited until just over a week before you came to give evidence to issue that apology to Dr. Coleman?
I won't be specific about the statements made because they were made at Senate estimates, but I was asked a question at Senate estimates. I provided a response to that question, which caused harm. At that time, I had a conversation with the CDF about my intention to work through a restorative engagement process with Chaplain Coleman to apologise. But it was a difficult process using the Defence Response Task Force as a means of having that conversation. I subsequently gave evidence at Senate estimates in November of last year where I was asked again about Chaplain Coleman, and in the wake of that evidence, the CDF invited Chaplain Coleman to participate in a restorative engagement process. When she accepted that, that was an incentive for us to be able to move forward. And so this letter is the consequence of a restorative engagement process.
So that restorative engagement process has been completed?
Yes,
When was it completed?
this letter was the completion of the restorative engagement process, so the 4th of March.
Would you accept, Air Marshal, that one construction of the timing of this letter is that it is more focused on reputation management than a genuine acknowledgement of harm that
No,
was caused?
I do not accept that at all.
Okay. And is your construction of that timing that it was integrally connected to the restorative engagement process?
That's correct.
Now, I want to talk to you about that restorative engagement process. What involvement did you have in setting the process by which it occurred?
There is an established process that's run by the Defence Response Task Force. They need to negotiate with Chaplain. They needed to negotiate with Chaplain Coleman. They needed to negotiate with a facilitator, and they needed to negotiate with myself to arrive at a process that was suitable for all parties.
So what role did you have in dictating the terms on which that process occurred, particularly with respect to issues such as confidentiality? Did you have a say in that?
No.
Who had that say?
That is, I don't know specifically. I assume that is the process that is applied by the Defence Response Task Force.
You're Chief of the Air Force. Don't you have the power to say this is how you think that should be done?
We were using a particular mechanism to seek to provide restorative justice, and so we were operating in compliance with the guidelines for that mechanism.
Now, you would agree, would you not, Air Marshal, that the intent of restorative engagement is to provide a victim-centralised personal response?
Yes.
And through that response, wherever possible, to restore harm?
To restore harm?
To restore harm caused to individuals during their period of service, to address the harm.
Address
that was
harm, yes,
caused.
I agree.
You would agree with that? You would accept, would you not, that it is of the utmost importance that such a process is engaged with in a trauma-informed way?
Yes.
In terms of the trauma-informed way in which such processes can be conducted, are you aware of the findings of the Royal Commission into Institutional Sexual Abuse, that no confidentiality obligations should be imposed on applicants for redress in a similar type of process?
I was not aware of that finding, no.
Are you aware of the observations made by Sex Discrimination Commissioner of the Australian Human Rights Commission, well then Sex Discrimination Commissioner Kate Jenkins, about the gross misuse of sexual harassment non-disclosure agreements and about how they disempower and silence victims?
I was not aware of that finding, no.
It's just a matter of common sense though, isn't it, Air Marshal, that an attempt to silence victims through a restorative engagement process is likely to cause them more harm?
I don't agree with the way that you phrased that question. It was never an intent to silence Chaplain Coleman by going through a restorative engagement process. It was an attempt for me to address the issues that she had experienced, to apologise on behalf of the actions that I took that inadvertently caused harm, but to apologise also on behalf of the Air Force where she had suffered unacceptable behaviour and where she had suffered through a poor management of her complaint of unacceptable behaviour.
Well, on the topic of poor management, can I pull up, please, the confidentiality acknowledgement? It's NCA.quadruple0.001.0103. You're aware of that document?
I haven't seen the document before, no.
Can I suggest to you that this is the document that Dr. Coleman was asked to sign as part of her participation in the restorative engagement process? Are you aware of that?
I was aware that she was asked to sign an agreement and that was a problem for us moving forward, and we needed to find a resolution to that.
When you say it was a problem for us, why was it a problem?
Because we all had to agree with the circumstances of the restorative engagement process, and I was aware that Chaplain Coleman was unhappy with this.
Why do you think it is apt to ask someone going through a restorative engagement process to sign a confidentiality acknowledgement?
That question would be better addressed by the Defence Response Unit.
But you're participating in that process. You are someone who I understand is trained in trauma-informed responses. Do you think this is a trauma-informed approach to ask a complainant to sign a confidentiality acknowledgement?
This was the mechanism that we were trying to work through to get to a good outcome.
That's not an answer to my question, Air Marshal. Do you think that this document is consistent with a trauma-informed approach to restorative engagement?
That question is best addressed by the Defence Response
I'm
Unit.
asking for your view as a commander who is tasked with dealing with complainants of unacceptable behaviour. In your view, is this an acceptable approach?
I believe that we should be putting the interests of the victim first.
Do you agree? Can you please answer my question?
So yes, we should not force people to sign the confidentiality agreement.
Would you agree, Air Marshal, that on one view, a confidentiality acknowledgement such as this is perhaps consistent with Defence trying to defend itself, a defence that is more focused on reputation management than actually dealing with the trauma and harm it has caused to members?
I don't know the motivation why there is a confidentiality agreement that has been put to Chaplain Coleman through this process. I do not know the reasons why, but I can tell you that it was nowhere near my motivation for trying to engage in this process and come to a point where Chaplain Coleman felt like she could move on.
Okay, well, I want to ask you, in terms of a document such as this as a whole, can I have your personal perspective? Would you agree that such a document is inconsistent with Defence acknowledging problems accepted with unacceptable behaviour and being prepared to shed light on those problems and deal with them in a proactive way?
I am not familiar enough with the pros and cons, but I can say that we should be taking a victim-centred approach to this, and to the extent that a confidentiality agreement is in conflict with that approach, then we should stop doing it.
Don't you need to lean in to these matters as a senior leader to educate yourself upon what that trauma-informed approach necessitates?
I need to rely on the advice of specialists.
How is that consistent with you owning the issue? I mean, have you asked specialists about whether or not a document such as this is consistent? Like in Dr. Coleman's case, did you ask questions about whether or not a document such as this was consistent with a trauma-informed approach?
I did not ask that question, no.
You ought to have, though, on reflection, shouldn't you, Air Marshal?
Objectee said he didn't know about it.
Sorry, I didn't understand you didn't know about this agreement. I thought you said you knew that there were issues connected with.
I did know that there are issues connected with confidentiality, yes.
So, accepting that, do you agree that you should have leaned in and asked questions about whether or not confidentiality was a trauma-informed approach to restorative engagement?
When I became aware that this was an issue that might jeopardise us getting through a restorative engagement process, we were still working through alternate ways of achieving it. So we hadn't reached a point where we'd exhausted all options. Had we got to that point, that might have prompted me to go back and try to understand more why this confidentiality agreement had become a sticking point. But at the time, we were still looking at ways to progress a restorative engagement process.
At the time you were engaging in that process of understanding, did you reflect that the confidentiality acknowledgement touched upon substantive matters that Dr. Coleman raised about how defence dealt with her complaint of unacceptable behaviour in the first place? Did that occur to you?
I absolutely can understand why Chaplain Coleman was concerned that signing a confidentiality agreement might have silenced her. I absolutely understand that is a reason why she chose not to go through and sign that confidentiality agreement, and I support her decision to do that. I am grateful that we found an alternate way to be able to get through a restorative engagement process.
But that's not precisely the point I was making, Air Marshal. Are you aware that one of the issues Dr. Coleman raised about how Defence dealt with her complaint of unacceptable behaviour was that while it was evidence that the substance of her complaint was known within the branch and Defence more broadly, the branch would not be told about the outcomes of the findings because that would be a breach of privacy. Were you aware of that?
I'm aware of that, but that is a different issue.
Well, how is it a different issue?
Because at the time, what Chaplain Coleman was talking about was the outcomes of her complaint were not communicated to her or to the branch more broadly. Now, there's since been an amendment to the Complaints and Resolutions Manual. A new chapter, Chapter 4, has been introduced, which makes it explicitly clear that she should have been advised of the outcomes of her complaint, and so should have the branch, to the extent that that would have helped address a cultural issue more broadly in the branch. And I think it's an unfortunate thing, but had that policy existed, then that wouldn't have been as much of a problem as Chaplain Coleman experienced it to be.
But the consistent theme, both back in 2022 and now at 2024, is of Dr. Coleman being silenced.
And I object to that for this reason. My learned friend went to the trouble of displaying the apology letter that has a statement that is directly contrary to exactly the question that was put.
You want to address that?
Have a look. At the paragraph commencing, I understand.
That's not in conflict at all, Commissioner Douglas. This letter came, as the Air Marshal gave evidence, at the end of the restorative engagement process. I'm talking about the events that preceded that, concerning Dr. Coleman being asked to sign this confidentiality agreement. So the questions are not inconsistent at all.
With the greatest of respect, that is incorrect, because the question was as at 2024.
Well, I'll be more specific.
Okay, perhaps reframe it.
The consistent theme, Air Marshal, between 2022 and 3 March 2024 is of Dr. Coleman being silenced in terms of unacceptable behaviour she experienced. Can you answer my question?
Sorry, what was your question?
I'll take a step back. You have suggested to me that the treatment that Dr. Coleman experienced in 2022 in respect of not being able to be told about the outcomes of the findings was an unfortunate incident that resulted in her being silenced. I think you've accepted that.
Can I rephrase that? I'm not describing the fact that she was not told as an unfortunate incident. I'm suggesting to you that the fact that the policy that addressed the way in which we administered privacy law was not out when she went through that in 2022. That's the unfortunate part. She should always have been told about the outcomes of her complaint.
Can I suggest to you that the policy had the effect of silencing her?
The application of the policy had the effect of her not learning what the outcomes of her complaint were.
But it's more than that. It meant that the branch couldn't be told about the findings because it would have been a breach of privacy.
That's the way the policy was interpreted.
Yes. So I suggest.
And I am not seeking to condone that at all. That was wrong. That should never have happened.
Yes.
Chaplain Coleman should have been told what the outcomes of her complaint were, and the branch should have been informed.
Okay, so you would accept then that the application of that policy had the effect of silencing her at that time?
I don't understand what you mean by silencing her. I agree with you wholeheartedly that was wrong. I don't doubt that at all.
The evidence she gave was that she made this complaint. Everyone knew about it. She had people even outside of the Air Force chaplaincy branch coming up to her and talking to her about it. But yet, she was not able, members of the branch were not going to be told about what the outcome of that complaint was because of privacy considerations. She was silenced in terms of being able to tell people who knew about it that she had been vindicated.
I agree then. I agree with that characterisation, yes.
So the effect of what occurred, the effect of the application of that policy was to silence her. Would you agree that the effect of the confidentiality acknowledgement in the restorative engagement process is similarly to silence Dr. Coleman?
I agree. Had she signed it, she would have felt silenced. Yes, I agree.
And can I suggest to you that that is inconsistent with a trauma-informed approach to dealing with victims of unacceptable behaviour?
I agree.
And can I suggest to you that that is conduct that is not consistent with a modern defence force illustrating the best of defence values and behaviours?
I completely agree. And at no point have I condoned these activities or the way in which this was administered. It was wrong. And we should have done better by Chaplain Coleman.
Now, you've mentioned changes to policy that have occurred since Dr. Coleman's experience of unacceptable behaviour. The evidence Dr. Coleman gave was to the effect that she was told that while the Good Decision Making Guide would have enabled persons affected to have been told about the outcomes of her complaint, Air Force takes a different interpretation about privacy. Are you aware of that evidence?
I'm aware that that is the evidence, and I'm aware that the reason she believes that is because she was told that by someone within Air Force. But that was a wrong interpretation as well. There was scope to interpret the CALM and the leaders' guidelines in a certain way that prioritised privacy. That has changed. The Chapter 4 of the Complaints and Resolutions Manual now is absolutely explicit about the expectations that information is provided to the complainant so they understand the outcomes of their complaint.
Now, I just want to come back to the inquiry officer inquiry report for a moment about the Air Force chaplaincy branch. Dr. Coleman made a number of recommendations to the Commission arising out of her own experiences. One of them is that chaplains should be required to agree in writing to abide by defence policies with respect to, on the first part, unacceptable behaviour. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
But also policies with respect to discrimination against women, ethnic and religious minorities, and members of the LGBTQI+ community. Are you aware of that recommendation?
Yes, I am.
She also recommended that if a chaplain cannot agree to sign such an agreement and be held accountable for it because of their own faith, they should be given extensive support to transition out of defence. Are you aware of that recommendation?
I am.
Do you agree that there is no place in defence for chaplains who are unable to reconcile their faith with the values of a modern defence force?
If there are people, chaplains, practicing in defence that cannot abide by our values and behaviours, then they need to find somewhere else to be employed.
Now, the views that Dr. Coleman expressed reflects recommendations made in the inquiry officer report that the Air Force should purposefully explore whether a requirement exists for non-religious chaplains. Are you aware of that recommendation?
I am aware of that recommendation.
What is the status of those recommendations?
The current principal air chaplain is currently developing a proposal for us to have spiritual wellbeing officers that are not aligned to a particular faith group.
And when do you expect an outcome of that work?
I don't have a specific deadline in mind, but I can tell you I met with members of the Australian Defence Force Religious Advisory Council last week and expressed to them that I was sympathetic to that as a proposal.
Now, one of the issues raised by Dr. Coleman's evidence that is also something that you've touched upon in your statement is the existence of teams within Air Force that can develop a negative cultural subculture. What tools do you have at your disposal to identify where such dysfunctional cultures or subcultures exist?
I think reports of unacceptable behaviour, military justice order reports that happen in units, those are examples where where incidents arise that can point to cultural issues that we need to address.
And what steps do you take to proactively monitor and address those negative subcultures where they arise?
I can offer you an example where we had a squadron where there was an identified deficiencies by military justice audit reports, and then we put in place some scaffolding around the commanding officer of that squadron to provide greater support to his leadership. And then we also continue to provide close monitorship of that unit to make sure that we understood their cultural issues.
Now, Air Marshal, I want to shift topics now to postings. During the course of your career, you've experienced postings to remote locations such as RAF Base Tyndall. And you talk in your statement about the difficult choices aviators face in those circumstances. Do you recall that evidence?
Yes, I do.
And you identify those difficult choices as being twofold. The first is to post together but have their families disconnected from their support networks. You recall that?
Yes.
The second is to post unaccompanied and be disconnected from their family. Do you have any recommendations about systematic changes that could be made to better support members and their families in those circumstances?
There are three things that drive postings. The first is the needs of the organisation to make sure we have the right people in the right place at the right time to perform our mission outcomes. The second is professional development of individual aviators so that they get the right experiences over time to grow into leadership positions in the future. And the third one is their individual preferences and their family circumstances. We have good policies, I think, that enable flexible workplace arrangements to enable our aviators to move and make choices about where they want to be employed. But we also produce what's called an employee profile where we expect that they need to go through certain stages of their career in order to promote in future. And we need to understand how that is driving posting outcomes as well. There's currently a review in Air Force underway of our employee profiles to make sure that they're not driving deleterious outcomes for our workforce, but we need to bring it all together.
Because Air Marshal, I think on that topic, the evidence this Royal Commission heard, you may recall, Commissioners, while we were in Adelaide, is that while there is on the surface that choice, sometimes that choice is illusory because to make a decision in favour of family stability can be at the cost of career progression. Do you agree that is an issue within the current system?
Yes, I agree. And I don't think that problem will go away. I think that we should offer our members a choice. Sometimes that choice will involve an acceptance by them that they will not achieve their career aspirations in order to achieve family outcomes. They're not always going to be complementary, and that's true of any organisation, any workforce. But what we should avoid, we should understand all of the drivers to that and make sure that we're not putting in, that they're not invisible to us, that we're not masked by or have blind spots to particular things that are driving those outcomes.
Would it be fair to say that one of those drivers is the posting cycle that can result in, I think the expression has been used, posting turbulence, geographic dislocation for families? Are you aware of that as an issue?
Yes, I have experienced more than 20 postings in my career. I understand well the turbulence that comes with postings, with taking your family to a new community, into remote locations or overseas, trying to assimilate into a new community, make new friends, have children, start in new schools. All of that, I am familiar with those challenges. But
So go on.
we do need to, there are organisational outcomes that are driving postings in the same way, as I mentioned before, individual development and personal preferences drive. And for example, I would love to have everyone employed in southeast Queensland where they enjoy working and living, but I have bases that need to be staffed across northern Australia, and that's increasingly important to us. And if I let everyone stabilise in southeast Queensland or in Newcastle in New South Wales, then I deny opportunities for my workforce to rotate from bases like Darwin and Tyndall and Townsville that are less attractive to families.
And accepting that there may not be a one-size-fits-all solution, do you think there is room for improvement about how Air Force looks at that issue of geographic stability and areas where it may be able to afford longer-term postings in one location for members?
There's certainly room for improvement. We already do things like back-to-back postings in locations, in desirable locations like Amberley and Williamtown to give more stability for families. We already offer a RAF individual posting agreement when our members are posted to remote locations, where there's a pre-agreement that they'll come back to a specific role at a specific location. So there are a number of measures where we try and mitigate the stress of moving to remote locations, but it doesn't remove that stress from occurring.
Now, Air Marshal, I'm conscious of the time, Commissioners. I just want to ask you some final questions connected with what your learnings have been out of the work of this Royal Commission. Can you give Commissioners an overview of the key things that you didn't know before we existed and what you will take away from those in terms of your role?
I think I've made recommendations in my statement. I won't revisit those specifically, but I think those recommendations go to things that we've discovered about our organisation that are room for improvement. I absolutely believe, and I testified to this point earlier, that we were falsely of the view that the issues that we didn't have an issue with suicide and suicidality in defence because the rate of suicide and suicidality was reported as being lower than the national average. But I think we now clearly understand the nexus between an individual's experience in service, particularly if they experience negative outcomes where they're involuntarily separated or they're a victim of unacceptable behaviour, and their well-being after they leave. And if we don't address those issues while they're in service, then it leads to negative outcomes for them once they leave. So it is a service issue. It is absolutely a service issue that we need to address, and I think that is something that the Royal Commission has brought light on. And
are you waiting to the outcome of this Royal Commission and its recommendations to take action with respect to those matters, or is there work being done already?
I think we've already changed our mindset internally. The way we think and talk to our workforce, particularly as we roll out the Defence Cultural Blueprint, shows that we have already accepted that as a finding. I am sure that the Royal Commission will be able to provide greater guidance and direction to how we apply that learning, but it's a lesson that we have already taken on board.
Now, on that note, Air Marshal, we understand last week Defence put forward a proposal for the governance of the implementations of the recommendations to come out of the work of this Royal Commission. Are you aware of that proposal?
I am, yes.
and correct me if I'm wrong about this, but in broad terms, that work will be overseen by a program board supported by a program management office. You aware of that?
Yes, I am aware of that.
But the actual implementation of the activities to give effect to the recommendations will be under the carriage of what are called stream leads. You aware of that concept?
I haven't heard that specifically, but that's not an unusual way for us to implement.
And can you explain to commissioners what that expression stream leads means?
That there will be, for specific action items that are identified, specific individual officers that are accountable for that outcome or for leading that work.
Now, accepting that you don't yet know what the recommendations will be, do you have clarity as to what your roles and responsibilities will be with respect to implementation of the recommendations?
I know that where there are recommendations that impact my responsibilities as the service commander, that I will have ultimately accountability for those outcomes.
And as part of reaching that understanding, have you had discussions about service-specific engagements in the process of implementation?
Not to this, no.
Nothing further, thanks, Commissioners.
Thank you, Ms Longwell. Commissioner Brown.
Thank you very much. I know it's been quite a long day for you. I just wanted to start to say congratulations on the owning the issue and acknowledging that Defence had a different perspective prior to this Royal Commission and has now changed that, because I actually think that's a very substantial and important change, and I think we should recognise that. I just wanted to get from you a sense of how big you think, how big and broad are the changes that are required within Defence to actually, I mean, I know you'll get recommendations from us, and I'm sure there's a whole heap that we won't be recommending that you can probably also identify need to change. But how big and broad do you think the change is that's required to address this issue of suicide?
Commissioner, I think there are two defining pieces of work for Defence's leadership in the next 10 years. The first one is implementation of the National Defence Strategy. The second one will be implementation of the recommendations of the Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide. They will be the two defining pieces of work for Defence leaders for the next 10 years.
Can I just ask a question? Earlier today you talked about the shared accountability approach that now exists within Defence and how you no longer have authority in relation to certain personnel matters and you need to collaborate with the Chief of Personnel. And this may not have happened yet because I appreciate it's a relatively recent change, but undoubtedly it will, that you may not be able to reach agreement with the Chief of Personnel about something that you think is important, where you hold an accountability but not the authority, and the Chief of Personnel has a different point of view about what needs to be done. Have you contemplated and or discussed that particular option about how you then go forward, where you hold the accountability but can't actually see the action taken?
I haven't specifically. I think this is still a change that is coming into effect in our organisation. I think the accountabilities have transferred. We're still working through business processes that support those changed accountabilities, and that's still a work in progress. I haven't got to a point yet where my accountabilities have been in conflict with the way CPERS approaches her responsibilities. That says a lot about the way she does her business, but it also says a lot about One Defence as a model where we see working together and collaborating and delivering a shared accountability model is essential. If ultimately we got to a point where we could not agree, then we would escalate that issue to the Chief of the Defence Force and the Secretary.
Okay, thank you. And just in terms of the questions you were asked around the committee ownership of issues around welfare and well-being, you identified that, for example, the investment committee doesn't have responsibility for welfare and well-being as an outcome. But I wondered if you could just tell us how it actually takes account of welfare and well-being when it's making decisions about things like ICT and new capabilities. Is it actually part of the papers presented to the investment committee? Is there a heading that says welfare and well-being related kind of issues?
So there are projects that do come to the investment committee where we understand that there is a connection to wellbeing. If I can offer two, one was case management, and that was a prioritised module of the enterprise resource planning project, because we wanted to bring that into service as quickly and as efficiently as possible, because we understood that that was good for our workforce. There's other examples for where infrastructure projects have been prioritised, where they deliver improved accommodation for our basic training schools. And that's another example of where wellbeing does overlay on investment prioritisation. It does occur, but it is not in the charter that the investment committee looks specifically after defence individual wellbeing.
Do you think they should, though? Do you think they should be thinking about welfare and well-being when making those big investments? I appreciate that it's not necessarily the specific outcome of that committee, but it's a byproduct of the decisions that get made by that committee, potentially.
I agree, Commissioner. I think, I mean, it's the same people that sit around an investment committee and the enterprise business committee and a COSC, so I think those considerations are taken into account.
I just wanted to move on and perhaps ask you about your response to one of the early questions around the SEMPRO training. We heard yesterday from SEMPRO, and we heard about how the foundations of knowledge and the application of knowledge are mandatory training for all personnel, but that the incident response workshops and the incident management workshops are not mandatory, and it's up to each of the services to determine whether or not they want their commanders and managers to actually undergo that training. And today I think you reiterated that you don't see it as a mandatory requirement. I'm curious to understand your position on that. You said they can rely on expert advice. But I guess, and I reflected some of this yesterday, we've heard all about DART. Now, I know DART was not necessarily just about sexual abuse. Post-DART, there's been an ongoing process. There's been a large number of incidents and events dealt with through that, a lot of money paid out in payments acknowledging incidents that have occurred. We see the issue of the low trust by women. We see the high rates of suicide in ex-serving women. It suggests that perhaps the response and management to things, to incidents, and in this case sexual incidents, may not be optimal. And I guess it relies on, if you're relying on commanders and managers to seek expert advice, they need to have the insight to know that they need expert advice. And I think DART, etc., would tell us that there was a lot of poor management. And yes, we've seen SEMPRO established since then, I accept that. But I would put to you that I personally think commanders and managers should have mandatory training in how to respond and manage those types of incidents.
Commissioner, I think commanders and managers do have training on how to respond to incidences, and they are briefed on the commander's course about the services that SEMPRO offer. To the extent, would it be valuable for them to have specific additional training in relation to sexual misconduct? it would help. But it's a very heavily subscribed course now, and it's just understanding where you get best value. They are aware of the general principles of trauma-informed approach. They're aware that the service is available. They're briefed on how it operates. And so that is a service that they can rely on when incidents arise under their command.
Okay, thank you. That helps me to understand your perspective at least. Just one final question. You have, as I understand it, just over 2 years left in your current term as Chief of Air Force. At the end of your term, what will you hope to have achieved, particularly in relation to the issues that have been a focus of this Royal Commission?
I certainly would like to see trust in senior leadership improve under my tenure. That is a statistic that's unenjoyable to read and to see of the Defence senior leadership. That's not the way that we would like to see ourselves characterised. But I would also like to, I think there has been already some useful progress made, and we need to be impatient for further progress. At the moment, when I look across the wellbeing statistics and the psychosocial risks, it's static, and we need to find ways of moving that dial meaningfully.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Douglas.
Thank you, Air Marshal, for your evidence too, and can I join with what Commissioner Brown said at the start of her remarks? Can you help me clarify something to do with the committee structure, particularly since Lieutenant General Fox has been appointed as, in effect, in charge of personnel across all three services? She sits, does she not, on the Defence Committee?
I'm not aware of that. I don't believe she does sit on the Defence Committee.
But does she sit on the Chiefs of Services Committee?
Yes, she does.
So if there is an issue arising about personnel matters, health and welfare and issues like that, that will be debated amongst all four service chiefs and her presumably, and a resolution reached, and at that committee the CDF and the Vice CDF are also present.
That's correct, Commissioner, but I would say that the primary committee that deals with personnel issues is the Defence People Committee, which Chief of Personnel chairs, and from an Air Force perspective, the Deputy Chief of Air Force sits on. If there are issues that arise from the Defence Personnel Committee, I would normally take them forward to COSC.
Right. And on the Defence People Committee, the Chiefs of the Army and the Navy on that as well?
There's service deputies, so they're representatives on the Defence People Committee.
So there is a way for those sorts of issues to filter up and have all the relevant people contributing to the debate about it.
Yes, Commissioner. Yep.
Thank you. Well, the other issue I wanted to ask you about was about the effects of modern warfare in a particular instance that I've been told something about, where you get, for example, remote delivery of a weapon, perhaps by a missile or by a drone or something like that, where also there's remote observation of the delivery by the operator or by other people who may have access to it. And for example, there's collateral damage, so-called, in the explosion. One can imagine that that could lead to extreme distress in people. When those sorts of techniques of modern warfare are being developed, are there any steps taken to deal with the possible effects on the operators of that sort of technique of warfare?
There certainly are. I think, Commissioner, if you went back 10 or 15 years, then the prevailing attitude would have been that remote operators that are not on the battlefield and experiencing hand-to-hand conflict, are less susceptible to trauma than operators that are operating, for example, a UAS and firing missiles from a UAS. There are unique challenges, though, that go towards that type of warfare. For example, it would not be uncommon for people to be sitting in a cabin engaged in a fight over Afghanistan, and then go home and sit with their family for dinner.
We've heard instances of that in some of the evidence we've seen.
And I think where there might have been a prevailing attitude to dismiss those stresses that might have existed in that form of warfare, that is no longer the case today, and we take those situations very seriously, and we work closely with our peers in the United Kingdom and the United States to understand how we might deliver care more effectively in those circumstances.
And have there been any developments in assisting people to cope with warfare of that nature?
We currently don't have people involved in those types of remote engagements.
There have been instances of it in recent years, though, haven't there?
It's true, and
Middle
I
East.
think there has been progress. I can't talk specifically to those initiatives.
Thank you.
I just have a couple of quick questions, Air Marshal. I just want to make it clear, I want to discuss the charter letter, but it's in no way, in any way, any criticism of you, and I appreciate you. You're not the author, you've moved into the system, obviously, in the current position. Can I describe it as a document that describes key performance indicators for your role? Is that a fair description?
To the extent that they're unquantified, yes, it lays out my primary responsibilities.
Would you accept from me that it's somewhat unheard of, very rare, in other non-military uniform services, not to have any specific metric measures that may be analysed to see if a person is performing?
I do accept that contention, Commissioner, but I think it is an instrument of mission command where the CDF has given me his intent, and it's up to me then to interpret that intent and execute that mission. And there, I am not concerned at all that if I was not meeting the performance expectations of the CDF, that I would be unaware of that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, but we've discussed a couple other issues today, such as inadequate trust in the complaint system and perhaps inadequate trust in the leadership. Would they not be issues that perhaps could be incorporated in the charter letter with an aspiration of achieving a certain percentage improvement?
I think they would be useful additions, Commissioner, yes.
Okay, thank you. One of the issues that has come out of the chaplain's case that we've discussed earlier today, Chaplain Coleman, is that she was not able to be told about the outcome of her complaint. Now, you've mentioned that you think that the regulation or legislation has been changed. Are you confident that if the same incident occurred today, the person who is aggrieved or the complainant, there'd be no hurdle to them finding out the outcome of their own complaint?
Yes, that is unequivocal now in the complaints and resolution manual.
I mean, this is more a comment than a question, but I appreciate your view. It's somewhat incongruous to see that in 2022 up to 2023, a modern government agency had a policy in place where somebody who is made an allegation of sex abuse or other form of unacceptable conduct could not be told of the outcome of their complaint because it infringes on the privacy of the offender. You'd agree it really shouldn't have gone that long, should it?
Commissioner, that was the way we were interpreting the policy, and I absolutely agree that was completely inappropriate.
Okay, thank you. And the final issue I just wanted to raise, we've discussed many times with many witnesses unacceptable behaviour. We've seen in other places where unacceptable behaviour in Australian defence essentially also includes sex abuse and rape and so on. In other places, they've actually separated them so that sexual abuse and rape and other offences are not captured by unacceptable behaviour. It's a distinctly different category that's measured in separate statistics and so on. Would you see benefit in that? Because frankly, to some extent, unintentionally perhaps, the fact that sex abuse is included in unacceptable behaviour, which is a fairly benign term, to some extent sweeps it under the carpet. Would you agree with that?
I am concerned that the level of reporting, we are getting under-reporting of sexual misconduct. That does concern me. I think we still need to make sure that we apply a victim-centric approach to sexual misconduct that takes into account the wishes of the victim. And not all victims wish to report, and we need to be sensitive to that. But I would very much welcome some sort of anonymised reporting system that enabled us to understand the scope and scale of the problem and put in place appropriate prevention measures that didn't actually that was done in a victim-centric way.
Yeah, and I'm just to be clear, I'm not advocating that we air who made the complaint, but it's simply in terms of discussing the number of offences that may occur within the organisation. You'd agree then, just to reiterate the question, you'd agree that to have a different category in relation to sexual offences rather than have them all swept under unacceptable behaviour would be helpful.
I would support that, yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Fordham, did you have any questions?
No, thank you.
Ms. Longbottom, any matters arising?
Nothing further, Commissioner Caldas. May the Air Marshal be excused from his summons to appear.
Certainly. Thank you for your evidence today, and thank you for the, I know it was a fairly big effort, the statement preparation and the material you've supplied. It is very helpful and we appreciate it, but you're excused from your summons to appear today.
Can I make a closing comment, please?
Certainly.
I mentioned before that we recognise that there is a service nexus now, and that is clear to us between an individual's experience and their welfare, both in the service and outside of the service. So we are acknowledging that people have experienced suicidality and died by suicide as a result of their service in the Royal Australian Air Force, and I want to offer an unreserved apology on behalf of the Royal Australian Air Force to them. I also want to make the point that these are our teammates. These are people we care deeply about. In some cases, they're our children, and we commit ourselves absolutely to implementing the recommendations of the Royal Commission. Thank you.
Thank you for that. If there's no other matters, we'll adjourn till 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide will adjourn to 9 a.m. tomorrow, Thursday, the 14th of March.